God damn you fast. Simon's sake, welcome on in. Even before Stream Element? That is crazy. Welcome on in. How's your day going? How's everything? I mean, technically it is Friday, so how was your week? That's also a question that we have on Fridays. That makes sense, yes. 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 I'm, as always, struggling with Discord at that instant. That is what is currently happening, where on some specific servers, messages just don't go through, and it makes absolutely no sense, and I don't understand why. So that's a thing. That's a thing. It happens. It's okay. It's okay. It's gonna be fine. But the question remains: how was the week? How was the day? All day. All day. Oh, that's bad. We have some news and some bad news, but we have some news, which is pretty. I mean, it happens there. Yeah, that's the thing. That is the thing. We always have some sad news. Um, you will not. um, Awards is a bit of a weird thing in terms of how do you get an award, because you need to basically ask for it and present something, and sometimes you need to pay for it. So the results and the awards that you are getting are not necessarily because the website is good, but mostly because the person that has made the website has done the thing of, oh, here is some money for me. Can I have the fucking award, please? Yes, thank you. Appreciate it. So, that's the thing. Bad cop. Hi, what morning? How's the day going? How was the week? How's everything? I have made some uh, micro changes, I would say, on what I did on Wednesday. Um, just changes here and there. But yeah, I'm gonna go over that in a second. But yes, that's the thing. Cyber sect, as in, for me, for example, I will probably next year-ish, I don't know, we'll see, submit my app here. It doesn't work. Uh, my app to get the app for recognition block, the titanium bitch ass thing that's like is massive, or at least be in the wall of recognition or something. Um, but in order to do that, I need to submit my app through a form that they have to make them look at it, basically. Um, that's the thing. Cat, hi. You can't hear me, but hi, for me. So yeah, it's a bit of an annoyance. Does that work now? Yes, it does. Cool. Uh, so overall, that thing is dying as always, but the right, there is some design or things that could happen with this in terms of based on feedbacks and based on all of the people that have said stuff in the past, basically mentioned that the design is really good compared to other like Japanese language learning app. Obviously, that works for me, but I'm seeing some of the other apps most of the days, and I'm like, yeah, I don't know. I disagree. I like I'm looking at my app and I'm like, that looks like shit, but that's also because I'm in it all day, so makes sense. But yeah, no, that's the thing. But if you want to make your portfolio in order to receive an award, uh, I would say go there and go into the explore page or go into some of the things that they already have done, and then you look for portfolio or like whatever that they have that seems to be relevant to you. So design agency might be the thing. If it's like something else, might be the thing as well. But it doesn't really matter. Like let's say that for me, I'm looking for an app because I'm building a website that is supposed to be like the Can app website. And so, what do I do, or what would I do here if I wanted to receive an award to like basically promote my own website to get like an award? I would go in there, find one that is close-ish to what I would potentially do. So let's like this is kind of similar, um, or, or this is kind of similar to what I would reach. So let's do this because it looks pretty much simple. Um, so I'm seeing this. So I'm seeing particles in the background, which is probably why they kind of like it. Um, they have absolutely nothing. Uh, I'm gonna go back to the beginning. The loader is cool, but it's one loader. Cool. After that, the background has a bit of parallax thingy. The blob in the background is probably a video or something that is just looping and no real impact. If I'm getting rid right now, get rid of the the fun stuff. The layout is extremely boring and the content is not that interesting either. Like we have big ass title, image, weird things, and then when you start scrolling, you have this kind of glassy element, but that's about it. After that, it's probably going to be one of the things that we have on most websites right now, which is like scrolly telling, as people call it, like storytelling through scroll. So scrolly telling, where you basically just go through things, and as you can see, it is just laggy as fuck. Like every time we have a new thing that needs to load, it's kind of broken. Like these are fun, yes, 100%. That's nice. Um, a lot of animation for no fucking reason. A lot of parallax for no fucking reason. The website in itself is really bad. I mean, really bad. Let me rephrase that. It's really simple. Like the layouts are really simple. If you remove all of the tiny details, it's really simple. So far, I haven't seen anything that is groundbreaking other than the floating things. Like these are really nice as a potential interaction things because it behave based on the direction in which your cursor is going through it. So that's fun, right? That's really teeny tiny things. But that's about it. Like that's the only thing that is groundbreaking to me. The rest is really much the same. So, nonetheless, right? If I wanted to receive an award for this, I would simply need to do something that is very simple layout, but with teeny tiny elements that are catching your attention, teeny tiny elements that are reactive to your cursor behaviors, and maybe some storytelling because you know that happens to be the trend right now. Um, but yeah, other than that, that's about it. So that's one way to do it, right? You need to, as you said earlier, you need to go through shit, like everything starts looking as shit. Even though you said everything starts looking as shit, you should look at it daily. But if I rephrase that, everything starts by looking at shit to figure out what you need to do. So that's the same thing. Like right here, you just need to go through forwards to find the one that are similar to what you're doing and then implement something similar, I think. Um, but yeah. Also bad cop, yes, I agree. I agree. Um, yeah, I mean, the initial thing that I had was um, basically giving you access to this on desktop. Like that was my initial plan. You had, in the beginning, you had access to the app with the Cana grid and the navigation, because the navigation is the selling point, basically. For designers, like they arrive on this thing and they're like, "Oh, it's cool. It's a bendy tab bar. It makes no sense to have this, but it's fun. We like it." So that thing right there, they like it. That's the plan. And so that was the initial idea to get like the website having the curved tab bar plus the grid so that people could interact with the basics of like you open something, you see the details, you open something else, you see more details, and so on to really understand how the app work and potentially have like a set of 15 entries from a dictionary so that you understand that the main point is the dictionary. That would probably have me um, in the finalist of getting an awards because the main behavior, the main thing that I would have would be an on-scroll animation, storytelling as the same thing, to ensure that if I have uh, this right here, um, like it was my initial ID, which I didn't do because I couldn't figure it out in enough time. But my take was this thing would be a 3D rendering of an iPhone with the app in it, interactive, and then based on scroll position. So if I'm here, this thing would be rotating and being in the center of the page, and then you have like one element that is uh, telling you something. The iPhone is scrolling behind it. Then you arrive here where the iPhone is just placing itself on the side, and it does some things for you where you can see an interactive actions inside of the 3D rendering of the iPhone on the side. So you see this, and then you continue scrolling, you just move to another place, and then the text changes, and so on and so forth. That would 100% give me an award. Like that, based on the other thing that we've seen, that would work. The thing that would work even better would be if I'm here and the iPhone here is showing me how like you can practice your interest with like uh, the dictionaries and shit. But the user that is watching the website could simply just, click on something and interact with the 3D version of the iPhone. That would be amazing. So that would be a thing. That was the initial plan, and I couldn't do it in time, and also it was a bit too expensive in terms of licenses for things to get the 3D working. So I didn't. But yeah, um, but that was the idea. There is like plenty of websites that do this. Uh, like we have seen many. I was expecting this one to do the exact thing that I was talking about. I'm guessing one of these is gonna roughly be the same, mainly because of how 3D it is. Yeah, shit like this. Like that's the idea, right? You're rotating in between the stages, and then here the image change that you don't really like know, and it has changed. Like that's really tiny, but it's simple, it works, and as I mean, again, as you can see here, the website is really, really basic. The only thing that is groundbreaking is the scroll position for the mask on the font, and that 3D thing, which is now common stuff. But yeah, uh, yeah. New Singularity. Hi, welcome in. I don't know what this is. I don't know what they use for this. I have no clue. I'm not the creator of this. So this would be 3JS for the 3D thing for sure, and probably I would do that with Spline, just because I have some knowledge in Spline. But that's it. Yeah. But welcome in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for chatting. I appreciate it. Welcome in. The usual question. But yeah, like that's the type of thing that I would have if I wanted to get
Leif's
like a
underscore is now following.
Leifs. The capitals are throwing me off. Welcome in. Thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate it. How are you? Who are you? Same questions. How did you find the stream? I think this would be better if it was not there, but it's there. So, you know, it happens. It happens. Um, expecting. I'm expecting, but also, I don't know. I don't know. Is it gonna scroll? Is it not gonna scroll? It might. It might. Um, appreciate it.
Singularity is now following.
That was the plan. That was my plan in the beginning. That. Thanks for following and have a good rest of your day. Take care of yourself. If you have more questions later, feel free to come back and ask more questions. We're here to help, as always. So if I just show you what I had in mind, what I did in the past, it was this thing and this specific, which was the beginning and the initial ID. You have the phone right here where you can interact roughly with the characters the same way that we have in the app. Then on scroll, which I can't really do here, but like on scroll, the phone is just rotating based on scroll position, right? That makes a lot of sense. It was supposed to work. It doesn't. The thing that I don't really understand is it on rendering when I'm importing it and placing it in the Framer website. It's just display the phone flat in front of anything, and it's just not here. And it had the navigation, and it should have been like based on cursor position and all of that, having a bit of a follow through and so on. But dang, so I would use Spline for these rendering just because it makes a lot of sense. And yeah, but we've done that in the past before. I feel like I missed one thing. Mm-hmm. Also, bad cop, you said it's such a tiny detail and probably no one has ever noticed it. That's why you love it. Which one are you talking about? The tabs? The tabs. I see. I see. I see. I see. Well, it's more of a design thing. Leifs. Leifs. I don't know how to pronounce the name. But yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Dang. Mm-hmm. I see. How does it... Is it one of these where when you tap on it, it's just transform into a shovel to go up or down type of things? Um, yeah, exactly. The timing, always the timing, perfect. Yes, yes, we like this. We have like a bit of a new trend. I hate it. You know, um, the the thing that we have also some TDs. Be ready, like probably. Yeah, I was right. I'm guessing maybe this one would give me something. There is like a bit of a half trend lately with sheets, the same things with the handle that is yeah, not them apparently. More titties? Ah, I guess. I guess more titties. Um, I just saw something that you are not supposed to see. Uh, yeah. Mm, maybe. This one is mostly like models, which are really good, but on this one, we might have. You know what? I should do it in Figma. It would make it way faster. Alright. So there is a new trend-ish where basically the sheet at the bottom of the page is this, where you have um, this. And then people are getting the, god damn it, the handle right there with an 8 handle in terms of height. And then you place it somewhere around here. And it's just cute. It's a cute ass handle, but you have the button, the thing that you liked to make is somewhere around here with that. I'm seeing that often lately. So like that. Yeah. But yeah, so that's some of the thing that I'm seeing around here as well as other platforms that I wish I could have like less titties and more UI on this when I'm on desktop. When I'm on my phone, I have less titties. When I'm on here, I have more titties. Which, it's not gonna complain, but it's a bit annoying that it's the time when I need to show you stuff. Hi, we'll call it. How are you? How's the day going? Um, yeah, physics is a bit of annoying thing as well. We've had seen things like if we go into, I'm gonna go there really quickly because it's gonna make a lot more sense, way faster. Um, if I go here, like this one, the physics of the stretchy elastic ish extension of the tab itself has been, as I said, this took me 3 weeks, and I'm not a dev, so that makes sense. But yeah, like that physics of ensuring that the whole transition made sense and it looked like it was reaching to the page. It's a bit of a dual use, I would say. It has the first use, which is the design thing, um, and it's cool for designers, right? That makes sense. But it's also because the loading time in between pages was a bit too slow, based on the fact that this one is loading 16,000, 10,000 entries, and this one is loading technically 6,000 entries as well. Um, it took a bit of time, right? So, in order to avoid that, making the transition longer than expected, like regular transition for Snappy is 120 milliseconds, regular transition for regular activities is 210, and I make my transitions most of the time for 20 for no reason, no reason at all, because it takes a bit longer and it makes it like more enjoyable when you're looking at them. It's really fast anyway, like 420 milliseconds is really, really fast, but still, like these things help. So, yeah. Um, I wish I could have gesture. I wish I could slide it. Like the same thing that I have here. I mean, I can slide, but I can't slide. Um, the same thing that I have on this one, where, I have like the rotary phone navigation thingy, like that. To me, if I could um, have this in here as well with like a drag, that would make sense. But like so that you can just drag and reach where it needs to go as well as click. It's not that much uh, complex, but yeah. Um, so yeah, that's so fun to see. Also, I forgot that I have this enable and it's just for the map, which is weird, but it's there. Also, it's kind of laggy lately, so I don't like that. that fact. It's way faster to just click on things. Anyways, it doesn't matter. Um, so yeah, that as Trenchy would be more interesting to me, but also I get it. I get it, you know. Um, anyways. Anyway, so yeah, so in the Chinese media that I'm looking at most of the time, there is like a ton of them that are also doing this new trendy-ish handle for the sheets, which is really good. And yeah, am I seeing it here? Maybe. Nope. Ha. So sad. So sad. Anyways, yes, I saw that on your first message ish. Um, do you still have the link? I mean, you still have the link for sure, but I don't have the link anymore. I would love to see the link again. Thank you. God damn. God damn. Ah, you did that. I see. All right. I would have said both scroll at the same time so that you can, again, you can compare like who's done what and so on. As I was saying earlier, uh, I kind of did some changes here and there to get like a bit more uh, visuals in terms of the card itself. So the card that I made in the beginning was, or the one that you've seen on Wednesday, was a bit thinner overall. Doesn't really matter. You didn't have access to the Figma file, so it doesn't change shit for you. But I made them a slight bit thicker so that you have like more space for the titles. And again, I think that the description is not necessary most of the times, and if it is necessary to people that can just like click on it and get access to the things, would make more sense. I changed the font because that also makes more sense for these numbers, and then ensure that we have like 15 dots on both sides. Um, so yeah, that's the thing. After that, because designer, I know, I know, I know. I added like a bit of a bottom blur, transition blur for the list, but basically the last two and a half are not necessarily visible, but they are still visible. And then added a bit more details to that kind of G's effect. Um, because it's nice. Yeah, you have this, which is pretty nice. Um, the only thing that I wasn't sure, and so I did that last time, or I did that yesterday, not last time, was in the description having, is it a team goal? Is it like a personal goal? If it's team goal, it's written as team goal, maybe with a badge or something. And if it's not, then it's just gonna be the description itself. But the more that I thought about it, the more I'm like, I don't know if it's necessary for me as someone that is watching the stream to see that someone has done it here. I would rather have the these two as like inside of the tooltips. If I'm hovering the times three, for example, then you have like an extension that shows you who has done it so far. Uh, like that would make more sense than having it on the element itself. Uh, I mean, for me, the thing is, if you can, um, at a glance, get an idea of how much points one of the team has, which is going to be here, but like why they have like so much compared to the other ones, makes more sense. Um, Potpot, hi. I have seen. some things about your company specifically on LinkedIn. So, yeah, hit me up. I mean, if they are willing to have me not being in the US, yeah, hit me up. Send me a DM on LinkedIn. I know, I said that. I know. Like for me, what I would do would be, I would be an annoyance. Yes, I would. Yes, I would. Um, Based on where it's placed, I would rotate it and expand it. And based on the fact that we have 8, we might have to do 16 like we have here so that we, have a bit more, well, space. That's the space. Space is always the thing. Um, I guess. Yes, please ask away. Ask away. I mean, also, just because most of you don't know, the R in the title of today's stream is R for review. We have RLCR in the 3 streams of the week. L is learning, C is create, and R is review. And so if we have something to um, review, please share away. Today is a review day. Every day is a review day. Every day is a create day. Every day is a learn day. But like we have official topics. So yeah. Kenna, hi. Welcome on in. How are you? If you read the page, I just added some placeholder. I see. Um, Goddamn, I don't even need to reload the page apparently. Uh, what are these? You said placeholder, but for what? What's the use case? What's the goal? Hmm. Hmm. Isn't it like, I mean, you say the people that are actively live. Is it the people that are actively live and taking part in the challenge? Or is it just random ass people? Yeah? Yeah. Okay, cool. Uh, well, wouldn't they be here then? Like, that's the team. So if, for example, let's say I am Team Bad Cop and I'm here as well, so you would see my face here and at the bottom as well. That makes no sense. So I would rather you get something like, you get that, and let's say on these one specifically, like this one is currently live, so you have like a regular bitch ass, oh, I'm live, bitches. Like that type of situation where this is kind of green and maybe it has a stroke that is white around it to state that this person is currently live. You know, that might be the thing. Yeah, but wouldn't you want to have the real user's face? I mean, technically it doesn't change shit in the thing that I'm saying. Like if you are doing this and your point is to have like Minecraft faces instead of anything else, it doesn't change anything for you to just do this instead and like that's green, and you get like a maybe a stroke of 1 or 2 that is white, and that is outside, right? Something like this. If you want it to be like really Minecrafty, and that's something that states that yeah, this person is currently live. Um, so I see. So basically, what you do is you go through Twitch. If person has tags in title, they are then linked, I guess. Or something. Mm. I think for you it would be way easier to just ask, you know, um, and say or do something that is when the person is registering, logging in, doing something with the challenge and the event and the thing, and they need to log in on Minecraft. Before they do that, they need to go through a bit of a micro form, right? It's just like it's type form or something that gives you their in-game name and their Twitch name if they are planning to stream, and then they submit, and that way you have the data. Like you don't have to do much, and that is the easiest way. Might I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, like for me, that's what I have in my head. Um, in no time. It's just yeah, like that just makes sense. What do you mean? I have 70,000 instances of this. Sorry. Is this the same? God I'm getting a fair point. Chris, hi, I'm calling in. How are you? How's the day going? How's it? Yeah, yeah, same here. I am too hot as well. I can, yeah, nothing else to say. Yeah, it's too hot. It is too hot. Uh, what I would say here, for me, from my point of view, based on, how I want the thing to kind of behave, um, is it linked to the right stuff? I think it should be. Um, I thought we had something here, but like basically now that this is or was supposed to, the multiplier value is supposed to be linked, but it can't be because it's outside, and then the multiplier true. Oh, you know what? Dang, dang. Here. That's more linked. That's better. That is better. Um, yeah, I think I mean, and you can probably still do it, to be honest, Buttercup, in terms of right now. I don't know when the event is, but like the people that want to participate will probably have a bit more uh, reaction time to, give you the information. So I would do that anyways. Um, just a teeny tiny bitch ass form that just states who are you? Are you gonna stream? Like, yes. Which team are you gonna be in? This one, and then send. And it's just something. If you already have a Discord, just say, are you like planning on participating? Yes, no. Cool, good. Um, I'm sad to hear that, but I mean, why not? Um, right now, I think, how do I do that though? Huh. I don't think this will work because of the 9-degree rotation that I have, so I might have to remove the rotation. It doesn't really matter, but I'm gonna try anyways. So the plan that I had is you get this, and let's say 24 because 24 would work. And on this one, you will have 3 because it's a time 3, for example. So here, I'm getting 2 in spacing and probably because I'm getting 2, get out. I'm getting 2 here. I'm probably going to get 2 here as well. And the goal for me here is going to be on hover. Like when I'm hovering this, it's getting to that state, and it will need to be like rotated, sadly, back at 0 degrees. And let's put it somewhere around here. Ha! All right. Cool. And so that does something really bad, but it should work. Let's see. Let's see. There is times 3 on everything. Uh, yeah, I mean there is way too many, but something like this with a lock at the bottom instead of a lock at the top would be a lot more efficient. Um, so, you know, that your harvest state is just expanding. Like right now, Figma is just struggling because there is way too many in the view. But yeah, I feel like that would probably make it a bit better in terms of how you would understand what you can do. And right when someone is arriving here, they're like, oh, 3 people already do it. Cool. And the 15 obviously would need more, but because you know where you're hovering, basically, that's kind of the option. It's not necessarily the best option, you know. Um, eh, because it makes sense. But yeah, no. Going back to what you were saying here, because you don't really know how to make this, I would say the there is like a need for understanding in terms of what the user that arrive on this website needs to know what they can do and what's happening. So here, for example, I don't know who these people are, and I don't know why they are here. So there, you might need like some sort of a title, something like currently live, whatever, and then do that, like have the list. So that's thing number 1. Thing number 2, it would be great if you could split them side to side. Like that person is currently playing for that team, that person is currently playing for that team. If that's something that you can do, get the color of the ring that they have based on the team that they are on. So if I'm on the team Bad Cop, I would have like a blue outline. If Pirate Software is on team Jake, then it would be orange. Prime would be orange as well based on background colors. Like that just makes sense. But you know, like that would be the thing. Oh, it would be way easier to, at least if the border change, uh, make me understand who is playing for who, if it, rather than having to go there and say, oh, okay, so that's one person, that's for another person. Cool, 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 cool. I would do that. I would do that. And I don't know if it's necessary to be that big. Is this dead? I think it's dead. Yes. Forget about it. What I'm thinking here that it would potentially be good to have a bit more uh, animation-ish, but also it's a bit distracting. So to me right now, this is just taking space for what it's worth. Like if you have the current players, then and you could bind them. I know you can't right now, but if you could bind them, I would. I would make way more sense. Way more sense. Um, but yeah. Yeah. I mean, you have the space in between the team and the person. Like there is space here, but you can't have all of them. Like if you can't sort them by team. Um, yeah, that's the thing. So if you can't sort them by team, having it at the bottom is what makes sense. If you can sort it by team, having them at the top makes a lot more sense. And if you can sort them by team and you can link their Minecraft name and their Twitch names, YouTube live stream names, um, then do it. um, if you put them in a column down the middle, that's you will not have enough space. Um, unless you do this and you do really like separated two columns, one on each side. Um, but don't give me IDs because right now my brain said 6 things that you don't want to hear. I eat it. Don't. Goddamn. Like right now, what I said was if you had this on each side and you had like the players vertically aligned, 15 on each side, that kind of makes sense because you have enough space and it doesn't really bother here. You would be able to then define that player at the top is the one that has given the most amount of points to that team specifically. So on hover, you could say, oh, that person, that player has bring 188 points to the team. So they are like the top performer on that team right now. And no, that's V15. It's not V2. That that is way further down the line. Uh, but yeah, that's the like that could be an option. I think the even though I hate it, um, yes, I do hate it so much. Something like football related website, you know, where you can see the teams, the matches, the things, what's happening, might be the type of inspiration you need because you have two teams competing against each other and they have like shit like this where you can see what's happening between the teams and so on, metrics and all. Um, Football, soccer, things, like stuff like this is kind of the same idea of having like a goal or something, and then you can compare both teams. But yeah, that's per player. But then if you go into F1, which is a bit better for me, um, specifically in like website and shit, like these teeny tiny flags and widgets could help to organize the content. Like you could have something like this with goal points um, achieved by X people, and then when it's opened, you have like the list of people. You can have something like this with like all of the players on that team specifically. Um, like if you do this, for example, as a header where you have the team itself, the current points, and then the players that are currently in that team right about here. Like that's an option as well. Um, and it doesn't necessarily need to be big. That's what she said. I mean, she prefers it, but yeah, yeah. Sometimes tiny does the work. So happens. But yeah, shit like this, same thing. Like that's the same concept for me, where you have the goal on the sides and then the activities of the things right there. So I think V16 to me would be who is the current stream that is like live, and then you embed the stream on the page on both sides. So Team A has that streamer that is currently having the most amount of viewers or something, and you can cycle through the streams. And Team B has the same thing on their side, so you can just have both at the same time, so you see the game from both perspective, from the uh, highest view number player. And because this is like a team event, it will probably use the features of Play Together, so it's like combined chat and all that. And so if you have like the preview of the main stream, you would have something pretty interesting, I think. Um, you know, I think yes, but uh, like I'm one of the I am one of the people that are uh, fucking up the metrics and how things work. So, for example, here, um, it's something that I've showcased before. If I go into my component, that is the button component, which is the easiest thing to showcase, and I'm getting my initial button just there, right? That we can just play with it, and it's fine. This thing specifically has what we call modes in Figma. And so modes, when you're not paying for Figma, you get access to 4 modes, and that's it. So right now, my primary color is either my accent color, which is the one that I have, or my communication color, which is the red, or my gray color, because sometimes you need something that is like not distracting too much, or the violet, because Stony needed violet, purple type of thing. Cool. So good. So far, we fine. The thing is, because I can't pay for more, but I need still like a green button, an orange button, something else, I made an intricate way of getting like more values for what I'm paying for, which is if I'm in communication, I'm also getting the communication option, and it's currently in error state, which is the default one, but I can then go into success or warning or pending, and it goes through the entire thing. And so if I went to gray, for example, and I was to change my gray accent color, it would be the same thing. So for you, stream together, you could have, let's say they have a limit of 6 people per stream together. You can have technically 5 people that are streaming together. And then the sixth one is the hub for the next 5. And then in the next 5, you have a hub for the next 5 as well. So you can chain link things. So one of them is going to be the link in the middle, but that's an option. Like that's a thing that you can do with the stream together. But yeah, it's not that you can be like I think you can because you would. I mean, you might need like a dual PC setup type of situation. At the end of the day, does it really matter? Not details, details. So I'm thinking you can to an extent. To an extent. Um, Nonetheless, if you had the ability to, I would love to see this. Like the stream right here. I think like the most viewers, whatever this thing is, that would be pretty interesting as well to have. But yeah, just just a small preview, just a small thing right there, you know, bitch. Sorry, that not good. Anyways, um, so going back here, I like this. That's fun. It's a fun transition. We like it. Um, so yeah, if you can have them by team, make the who's live by team. If you can't, put it at the bottom. Ensure that you have a title because right now I don't know who the fuck that is. Specifically because I can't also link them. And if you can, which is even more complex, if you can link them together, I would have my profile picture on stream combined with my avatar in Minecraft. So if you have the Minecraft head right here, which is currently tiny, I think this is like 16 by 16 or 24 by 24 something, like really, really tiny. And these ones are like a bit bigger. I would have one or the other taking the priority and then having um, one on top of the other as a combined thing. So you would potentially end up with something that is a bit weird with, let's say you have like a 40 by 40 things and then you get that bitch there. Um, right? Sorry. Like if you had this, I feel like that could work. Um, but I yeah. Well, you kind of need the player that are not streaming, but I to me, I would say if you're not streaming, you're not a player. So at the end of the day, like if you are part of the event and you need to be part of the charity and the thing that goes with it, well, be part of it like entirely. Just if I'm just at home playing the game and I'm not encouraging people to do things, to take part in the charity and giving money and all the thing that is going with it, um, I'm useless. So I would rather, if I need to be part of a charity, I would rather not, and do my thing, and then maybe mention it during my stream or mentioning to my friends or something, but not like if I'm not taking part and being really active. So yeah, I. However, if you have player or non-streaming players, I would still have them displayed on the page. Um, so the reason for this is, let's say that person, cute cop right there, is not uh, a streaming person, right? With the thing that you just said, if you're not streaming, that would mean that I would have your face probably here, but I wouldn't know where you are, who you are, what you do, because you're not part of the team at the top. So I yeah, I would I would have them nonetheless. Um, Whoever is participating on the team would be presented in the team, and then yeah, um, Just because that way you have like understanding from everyone that, oh yeah, cool, that person that is on that team made sense. I know who they are, what they do, whatever. But yeah. Mm, mm, I don't know. That is distracting. That, yeah, distracting. Also, based on the fact that you have less space than me on the sides, um, you end up with something that looks a bit too cramped. I mean, technically, it's not that much. Sorry. That works. That helps with separation, and it helps with reading as well, a bit. So, you know, I just changed the padding. You have a padding of 24 pixels, and I changed that to 3 rams. So, uh, 48, I think. I think that's 48. It seems to be 48, yes. Um, the reason why I did this as well is because if you go back to, I don't know if it's still there. It's not. God damn it. Uh, in the Formula One thing that we were on, which we were on a second ago. God damn it. If we did this in terms of visual, right? You have a floaty thing at the bottom of the page that will take the list of people. That basically implies that you have, let me just, be as, I- I'll be, I'll be a dev right now, right? Cool, dot. Uh, you would have, god damn, that's massive. You would have the ability to just say, uh, this thing is floating, and you can have it like really, really simply. Let's do that. Right? If you have something that is like kind of floating in the center or kind of floating on the side of the website that states, well, these people are currently, um, you know, uh, currently live with like a much better design than this. Like for me, this would be uh, not even the top. I think you would need this and just the titles. You would have something that end up being somewhere around here in terms of height to not distract too much. Um, but that's like 68, so we could do that at 69, just for no apparent reasons. Um, I don't know, no reason, no reason. Um, but yeah, like that, just simple. That's like 30, yeah, 32, and then you make that right here. Cool. God damn, that's massive. 20, maybe. 8, 18. 16. It's massive. 8, 8 clip radius to 16, I guess. And then you need a bit of a background. Your background currently is black at I think 60-ish%, right there. And then because you know just a smidge of a divider right there to fill the container, and white 10%, 12%, 12%, 12%. And obviously, I don't have a choice. I don't have a choice. I, it needs to happen. But yeah, something like this would probably help and make it like more understandable for some people. Bitch, that's the wrong key. Yeah, probably. Some liquid crystal stuff. Like I would do that if you had if you had the ability to get the two teams, I would have the two teams specific, and that would move it at the top. But if you don't, I would do that here. And if you don't want to be uh, on one side of the team, because this is a bit confusing if you don't know what that is, just ensuring that it is at the center of the screen could help. Like, you know, just do that, and you ensure that this thing is hugging content instead of whatever. So if someone else is coming in, like these things are just growing. Earlier you said, 1 second, can we reduce the border radius by 2.5 pixels? No, no, no. And I know you were acting as a designer. No, no. But yeah, I think for me that would be the easiest thing to do in terms of rendering it better than what you currently have, like right here. Um, I know, like that could work. Um, and so these profile pictures are 32 by 32, which is already kind of accessible-ish. Um, but I mean, I probably would do that, to be honest. 80. That's the kind of complicated thing. Mm. Sorry. No. Uh, you just do a trip padding at the end of the page. Yes. Yes. Also, from what I've done here, which apparently went away for some reason. Oh, that's the reason? No. That's the reason? Ah, yeah, it is. Because I have done this, right? It doesn't really distract because these things you can't really read them anyways, like at this section. Um, so doesn't really bother me. Uh, 18 is kind of massive, though. What do we do? 14? 14 caps? Hmm, maybe. 14 caps, 4%. Could work. The intent of the blur is just to have a bit of an interesting visual. That's also because it is the current thing, but it it is a distraction. Again, based on what I said on Wednesday, uh, I kind of want this to be useful-ish. Like I want the people that are in here to follow through the event and see what is happening, can see things. But for the teams that are trying to look at it and figure out what they need to do, where things are, what has been done, and so on, if there is just a slight amount of this like discomfort and also the slight amount of I don't exactly know what I need to do. Did we do this? Yes, no, I'm not sure. I do like this because that bring like a bit of a concentration focus type of situation where each team members needs to really pay attention to what they are saying to not have oh we need to do this and then they can't do it because they are missing like 16 points that are somewhere else. So it's the same thing as the as I said word on the stream letters moving around, um, bringing like a bit of distraction, just a smidge of distraction, you know, not too much. But yeah, that's that. I don't understand why on Fridays, sorry, that's a tangent on my side. On Fridays, when I'm starting the stream, like at 6 something, I'm getting notification from my bank all the time. Like this is the fifth one right now, about payments and things that goes in. And I know what they are. They are like basically scheduled payments, but it's weird that it happens every time I'm live. Anyways. Uh, so yeah, this would make more sense to me for the live now section. And right now we have 9 people. Let's do 10. Um, so that's 30 people. If you, as you said, you have like 15 people that are in each teams. That would be 30 people, I think. But also I can't count, so that doesn't help. It is. Cool, that's 30. So based on this screen size, which is 1290 or 1280, right? So 1280 is an 11-inch, 13-inch laptop, roughly. So most people will have enough space to display this. That's the idea. And then based on what you said earlier as well, the fact that not all people on the team would be streaming because they don't stream. That's the thing. You will never have 30 at the bottom. So uh, that's pretty nice. And if you have people coming in, people getting out of the event because sleep sometimes for some reason, I don't know why that happens. Um, but yeah, let me just check something now. Am I right? No, I'm 1.2. Yeah, it was 24. Ugh. Oh, I don't like it. I don't like it. Um, yeah, if you do that, you can remove the blur, by default, because that way you have the things and that makes sense. And I think a floaty would make more sense as well, like overall, because you have the zone that is there, and yeah. Again, going back to this, if this is an option, and you know which team is where, having team name people, so much better. So much better because you would have like the floaty thing at the top right there with the people, the team members, and potentially like the currently live at the top rather than having this. Wouldn't remove anything from the readability and the view itself, the layout. So I would do that. And same thing on the other side, just align left, align right situations. But yeah, I think that's the easiest thing. Uh, the easiest thing. Yeah, again, you need the data. That's just the not so easy thing to do. I I could agree with that. But yeah, that that's the issue. Like soccer, football, F1, sports related things are gonna give you a lot of um, inspiration for how to lay out the task, the teams, the events that happened, and so on, which is good. Like it's good information. You know, shit like this, useless. It's fun though. We like it. Like that's a nice goal to achieve with the points that you're gonna gain. You know, like it's just goal, points, who did it, something else. I would say this is one of the benefits that I have compared to devs. Sorry. I'm seeing this and I'm like repositioning the content, reallocating specific elements to match the thing that we're trying to build. And I know that my previous CTO, for example, had a very hard time doing that in his head. So when I was saying, yeah, we could use this thing, um, and I just showed that, and he was like, why though? Like, we don't have cars. Yeah, I know. So yeah, you think about how you need basically a frame that will either be, I mean, if you look at the thing, you need like a div that is going to be in position absolute, kind of, um, to be on top of for the index switch thingy, or you make the, I mean, for me right here, what I would do is um, an angular gradient rather than like anything, just because I wouldn't bother, to be honest. Like if I'm here and the goal is to have like the angle stuff, I'm just getting uh, this be a gradient gonna be angular, and an angular is gonna be flat. Like basically, it's one of these, and that's it. Like that's the separation, and I'm done, and I don't need to do anything else on top of that. And then maybe if I wanted to get like some sort of a transition in between, um, like the bottom and this, I could just do this by having that transition of color to the top right there, and done. Like simple. No duplicated, and it's just like the layout is just two flex boxes. Boom. Done. I guess even, I mean, when I'm looking at it now, it's mostly like a radial gradient to do the transition instead of this. So, like radial, opposite, circular, there, somewhere around here. It just needs to be at the point itself. Can make sense. It's the same thing. One layer, as always. Getting as little layer as possible is the best option. Um, but yeah, remove the blur, get this floaty. I think that makes sense. I don't know. I mean, I do know, but yeah, I have like so many IDs for the animation. I know you like animation as well, so um, I need more information. Uh, like, how do you check that an event has happened? Um, yeah, that's basically the ID. Uh, like when you have an event of in Minecraft something happened that is allocated to one of the team member, I would have the lightning do something to trigger the gauge, like animation wise, but also how do you do that? Is it like a WebSocket type of situation? Is it something else? Um, because I would have some potential things of, as I said, changing the card style based on if it's done or not done. I know you do or you have done that right here. Like these two have been done, and it's like individual or team, or I don't know. Um, so you've put them at the bottom, which again I said kind of know, but whatever, doesn't really matter. Um, I I think the opacity works. I think the opacity works because it's less distracting. Doing it the other way around doesn't really make any sense. Like if I'm going from 20% here to 80%, right? No. Having the entire thing here be at 24%, which is what you, I mean, not really, you have like 40% or something, um, works, but it's also like not necessarily good enough for differentiating French. Yes, understanding that thing has been done. So I could see something like a different stroke, um, like maybe something that says this has been done. Like I don't know, this is done. Um, yeah, I mean, if you want to disintegrate the cards, yeah, like uh, you do that. God damn, brain, stop. If you have the goal is to the goal is to raise as much money as possible, right? We know that. We know that. If you have perks, power ups, event, channel point redemption type of situation, that would trigger things to annoy the team. Like someone from team A is donating or has like found enough diamonds and can trigger something that would annoy the other team to basically blow off the thing that they need to do or reorder their actions, their goals, or do something else. I wouldn't like the reorder, but fine. You know, like, yeah, if it's triggered by donation and it's like annoying for the players, that's fun as well. Like, that's the same thing. If it's like, I don't know, someone gives 69 bucks, you get like a sexy themes instead. Like everything turns pink. But yeah, no, something like this could work as well for me. To just say, well, this is done. Maybe it's just white. Maybe it's just the opposite. Maybe it's just black. Maybe it's something I don't really know. But um, I don't like it. I I think it's kind of shit. We did the exact same test that we do every time, which is the streaming platform, and it gives us the exact same thing that uh, name first draft gave us. So the only difference is that the one that we did with Figma Make is coded, but the code is shit. So I don't. Yeah, I really don't like it. I would rather use Cursor than Figma to create something. I would say the only good thing about it is the fact that you can say, well, I need to do a Figma make about this page, for example, and so I can copy paste that into a new Figma make file. But like, but that's a heavy, heavy file. But it just doesn't. Uh, yeah, I don't like it. That's that. uh, yeah. I mean, this is their new stuff, Figma Make that they have made, and so um, um, between two teams with the goals and points to be gained. And so they have made this thing which is supposed to create elements based on your designs, which is really good, but also um, they have like Figma site and it's really shit. And overall, the creations and the output that they have is not good. Um, it's just it's yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, it's coding the thing uh, in Tailwind and React, as far as I remember. Like it's TypeScript for everything, but the main issue that we have with it is that it doesn't really make any sense based on um, semantic. So if you've ever coded something like everything is a fucking div, everything is a it's just a div. They have no other things. They have no other ID. They don't know that something else can exist. So like buttons are not a thing that they know. Filters as well is not something that they know. If you have like an input somewhere, they don't know how to do that, and it makes no sense to me to get this. So yeah, it's also really really slow compared to Cursor. And so going back to what I was about to say, because obviously my brain just froze and did something else. Um, Doing this through Cursor with some sort of an MCP with Figma at a point. Also, why the fuck are you moving? Um, that's crazy. Is, you know, damn, it's not the same amount of points on both sides. So, you know, dang. But yeah, if you know what you're doing and if you have like a bit of an idea of how to do things, it could be useful. But other than that, it's really bad. Like most of the things that I'm seeing is just I'm not good at code, but I'm better than this already. which is saying a lot. Ah, goddamn. It's, yeah. So the same thing, right? Doing this through cursor directly, getting like a lot more information that is pretty good. The fact that right now, kind of soon, we're going to have the visual version of the Canva in the center. So, yeah, Figma is basically dead to me. Um, Sorry if you're from Figma and you watch it for some reason, which, I mean, you've been for a while, I know. But as I've been saying, my regular flow of what I'm doing is I get an ID, I create something really quickly inside of Figma. Maybe it's polished, maybe it's not. I don't really know. But most of the time, it's just like first draft situation. Like the last one have been like laughable. Like that's the thing that I did in Figma. I could do that on pen and paper and then take a just a picture of it. But like that's the type of thing that I'm doing now. And I just go into cursor directly and I just say, well, we are trying to do this. This is the behavior that we wanna have, and here are all of the states that we need to have, like for this specific element, for example. And that's about it. Like just let's figure it out together, and then if we can, it works. If we can't, we can't. Like right now, I'm working on some uh, systems and not UI, so I don't really care. The latest thing from yesterday, I mean, technically last night, was this is now a scroll view, or it's supposed to be a scroll view that is working based on position. So you scroll at the bottom at the beginning so that you don't, like before we were basically opening everything at once. So that was kind of bad. Um, but yeah, getting like just the necessary elements that you can still go back up. That was fun to do. Fun to do. But yeah, other than that, like cursor is way better. So I would say that's my take on Figma Make. It's okay. It's not good. Not good at all. Anyways, back to this thing. I feel like, as I just said, the border might not be good for mentioning that this thing has been done. The transparency is an option. Um, this again, going back to the thing that you have, like if this is 10 points times 2 and the team has 15 players and you will need to display the 15 heads, like when do we decide that the thing is done? Is it like when we reach the maximum amount of people that have achieved that goal? Is it something else? um, I think there is a lot of question that needs to be answered. So um, yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I see. uh, you wasn't on the phone. You were on the phone as in on TikTok for 4 hours. Yeah, that makes sense. I do. I think it's fun. I think it's nice. um, Morton, hi, welcome. I don't know about deployment tool, but if it works for you and it's a project that you like, do it. Oh, with your mom. Did you say that? And I couldn't read? No, you didn't. I think my mom tried to call me last week and I was asleep and then I forgot and I will forget again. and she hasn't called me back since. So maybe she's dead. And I don't know. No, I would be aware. uh, yeah, I there is something that is bothering me about the ensuring that that thing is understood as done and done and done. So yeah, um, I think that that would be the task. Um, I see. So the only one that are done are the team things, right? Where you have something, do something together as a team, and then once you achieve it, then it's done. But the rest that are individual based, then they are done because everyone in the team that we have seen so far have done it. But then now that one person is popping back in the team and it's new, then that goal is uh, surfaced from the deads, from the dons, and then you that person can do it again. I see. So basically, all the individual will never go done, and all the team one will be done at some point. Maybe if we can. I think that's the plan. Uh, yeah, can't. I, I think last call that I had was kind of similar, where I'm trying to speak as much as I can so that she doesn't call me back. So that she has all the information, but at the end of the day, the conversation is always the same thing, and it's not good. Um, so yeah, I don't think you should place something in done then. Like the one that are individual based, I think they should just be this has been made or achieved by that person. That's it. So right, cute cop has done a house. Worst cop has done a house as well. Someone else joined the teams, do a house, 10 more points done. Um, but yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Uh, can you do that? Huh. I'm thinking about a way to get the effect that I want to get through shadows rather than something else. Yeah. Uh, let me check that. Let me check. Um, well, no, I mean yes, but no. Like you can't really have a progress bar if it's resetting itself at some point. Like new person coming in, then therefore the progress bar is going down. And if it's a team thing, how the fuck do you know that it's progressing? Like if it's building a fucking team thing, like that was the how did we get here thing that is a team thing, I think. Um, like how? Or the build a fucking um, horse something, build a horse stable, right? That was a team thing, I think. So I, so it doesn't work on neither of them. Like that's the thing. Because let's say you're the first in the team that is joining has put on your information, you basically say that this goal that is an individual goal is going to be completed and done by the time that one person does it. But then as soon as someone else joined the teams, it's going back to 50% because one of them hasn't done it. and so on and so forth. So it's a bit of a, I don't think it's a good idea. I do not think it's a good idea. Uh, yeah, I think it would be faster, to be honest. Let me see. So, that, if I do 16 there, and if I do minus 16 here, then here, if I do 24, getting that. So, let's do 16 minus 8 right here. And then let's duplicate that and do that at minus 16 at the top. And duplicate that and do 0 here, minus 16 there, and then just 16. Yeah, I think that could be an option. So this here is one way to get like your card to an extent to be pixelated E by just using shadows. So that could work. You might benefit from having like a stroke that is pure red as well, and maybe like 8 points or 6 points or something to get the transition right, and then you put that in the center, so that gives us the outside edge that are jagged, but you end up with a bit of a weird thing in the center now, because that it looks like you have more pixels at the top than on the sides. Doesn't really matter, to be honest. But shit, that's just 8, no, god damn it. Yeah. Sort of these things that I kind of like to do to create like the shapes themselves. The the issue that you would have with this is the overall layout is going to kind of break. I know I have done some of these before, so um, let me check. Let me check. Nope. Yeah, did. This one is a bit of a weird thing based on how it was done, but yeah, you could. You could do that. So this one specifically has been made with stacks that makes no sense, and it's just like a bar that is growing by the amount that you want your pixels to be. So this one, for example, is same width plus this pixels, same width, whatever. So that means that this center element can be an auto layout frame to get like the content in it. So um, yeah. Well, the difference is that in 2005 you had something that was expendable with a 9 patch, and I don't think you can do that. I mean, you can, but it's just a bit of a mess. Um, fair point. Fair point. Have fun baking, cat. Quiz, hi. Welcome on in. How's the day going? Are you looking at pixelated stuff? Um, yeah, I mean that means that you could do that with a table for sure. Would be a bit of a a mistake, but yeah. The only thing here, the thing that I'm thinking about is that these cards look too clean for Minecraft themed stuff, and these background looks too clean as well. So, like, you might benefit from adding a texture, you know, like like a massive amount texture type of situation where, you know, it's just do that. You know. Yeah. Yeah, the grain would be a thing. Um, yeah, if you had the textures, I mean, you probably can have the textures. You can generate some sort of a more Minecrafty background that would make sense for people. Um, no, that's the wrong thing. Shit. Roll. Yeah, why not? And Kat, this is like training. You have training. You have training for that activity. So don't worry about it. It's gonna be fine. It's just it's training. That's 32. Let's do 32 for both. That makes sense. And we have the same size on both sides. I wish I could just, type, but we can't do that. Yeah, why not? Why not? I think getting these kind of working help would help to get something that is more Minecrafty and gives you like the sense that it is linked, none that it doesn't, but it kind of doesn't. And so just as very very basic textures of a noise or something would help if you have the ability to get like the some of the elements like this that would just make more sense to the user, like the live now section could be one of these, to have like who is currently live in one of these boxes. And obviously the gauge is out of this realm, and I mean you could make the Minecraft gauge, but also um, you know, like one of these as base. I think there is like a meter or something. Again, I have never played the game, so I don't know. I do not know. I don't know if you've seen like that. There is one person that has created one of these in real life in 3D printing and a bit of an Arduino thing. So they have like a compass that works the same way, um, which is pretty impressive. I mean, again, it's fun to see, but I don't know if it's useful. Nonetheless, thing. Yeah, why not? I'd say if you have the ability to get like more squared, more pixels, more stuff, it would help overall. Um, get the things kind of well pixelated. Yeah, that's the point. Obviously, the lightning in the center is just eh. It's just the thing. It's just the thing. Don't worry about it. But yeah, that's I would say that's my main point from my point of view. I feel like the sides, so the padding at 3 rams would help. The floaty for the Who's Live with the title would help as well. And then based on what you can do or can't do, uh, this the top section, like these things, to be a slight less impactful. Right now, you have like something that is a bit more of a space between for the team bad cop and the team underneath. So, yeah. When's the event? So that I have a bit of an information on that. If you tell me it's tomorrow, it's not gonna cut it. A week from now, I see. Huh. Hmm. You have time, but you don't have time. Like that's the thing. I think you should focus on getting the link in between players and streamers, and ensuring that you have the ability to say, well, this person doesn't stream, or this person does stream and will be live, and like you have in-game name, Twitch name, YouTube name, whatever, which channel they are supposed to stream on, so that it can be advertised at the bottom. Because otherwise, how do you hide how did you plan on getting who's currently live about the subject though? Like you would just have the list of everyone, and then based on their live status, it's just at the bottom, right there. I would say the thing that is kind of wrong with that is like maybe you are live for the charity for like 4 hours up on your 12-hour streams, and so you're still live, but you're not necessarily doing the thing properly. I mean, properly with that. So, might not be good. I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of sad. It is kind of sad. I need to pee though. 1 second. Or 2 minutes, the usual. Maybe I take a shit. That's going to be 15, but we never know.
Bad cop underscore cheered Dex500.
That's how we do it, how we do it, how we live. When we head out, we do it big. That's how we do it, how we do it, how we live.
Can't do that when I'm taking a shit. Thanks a lot for the cheers. I appreciate it. Have a good rest of your day. It seems you're not the only one to leave, apparently. But yeah, take care of yourself, as always. Thanks so much for the cheer. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. That looks like it has such a delay. That's crazy. We don't have a lot of cheers around here, which is really good. And we are 25% of the way off the goal. That's crazy. I didn't know I had a cheer goal. I did not know. Anyways. Ah, goddamn. We have had things. Again, I talked about it on Discord 2 days ago, 3 days ago. As I said, order today. We're supposed to do some reviews, and so we have had these. So we talked about one of them last Wednesday. There's like a lot more of the AR things that are popping up, which are really, really good. I like it a lot. I like them a lot. Most of the time, they are pretty good. Most of the time, for now, they are really similar, and that's nice. But yeah, like the concept that they have made is or are really good. So as always, check them out. We appreciate that specific post and content and all of that. So, you know, it's nice. Anyways, we've had like other things, other really fun activities. I like this because it is similar to the one that I've made for the rotary phone thingy, but it has like a bit of a different behavior where the selected is getting bigger when it's in the selected range, and then when you release it, it just expand. That's nice. That is nice. But this happened for I forgot who had something really similar to this in terms of I think cross keys could have something similar in terms of the paper texture right there, like the color specifically in terms of their design for their portfolio. So you know that's inspiration. And then I have shared that on Discord. This is eFlash, which is simulating pressure and sensitive elements, which is I'm fucking a robot in 3 years type of situation with sensitive pressure sensitive reaction time with that tech. That is like that's the only use case I see. Like I don't see what else we can do with that type of tech. Maybe you have an idea, but that to me, that is for having some activities here and there. We've seen other things like that. This one was really good. Inga is doing like a lot of illustration most of the time for Raycast, but she has done this one as well, which is really good-ish. There is like a ton of things in there that I don't like in terms of the output and what it looks like, um, because it just doesn't look realistic to me. But also, it's just a donut, so I don't mind. But yeah, there is a ton of too much sharpness here and there that just don't make it good to me. But you know, it's details. It's nice. It's a nice output nonetheless. So we do like that. We had seen this from last week, which is similar to the one from Unicorn Studio that could be really useful. This one was a nice, simple swipeable cards element. So that's a thing where you basically have a full rotation. Going back to what I said last month, 2 months ago, someone that is on threads that is not really on Twitter, that I don't follow on Twitter because I don't know if they exist on Twitter, has something that is extremely similar to this, and they made it way better. But this is an interesting exploration as well. So nice concept, as always. As always, um, this is really similar to what Grizz has done on their portfolio at some point. So you know, same thing for um, Atakan as well has done that. So we'll see. We will see. What did we see? We have seen like a lot of things that are not necessarily really good, but there is a lot more crafty, realistic things. So this, for example, is like a rendering of a paper. The other thing that they have made, which we have talked about before, um, like they have a discard draft type of situation, which I don't know where it is. Might be this one, might not be this one. It's not this one. Um, where basically it just folds the paper like this, and I think this is really good. Like you just delete something that you've written, um, like that. That's really nice. So you know, details, and so there is a lot more skeuomorphism slash realism inside of UI to make things basically interfacing between the realistic things and the UI. So right now we have like a piece of paper, but we have the controls that are above as a floating element. So that to me is giving us a bit of an information that most designers right now are kind of transferring and pivoting into getting into AR environment, like augmented reality environment, where they can see on desktop something that is realistic, but then they add some stuff on top, the controls, the UI, and all of that that is not as realistic. So the liquid glass that Apple is introducing is kind of the opposite, making sure that the controls are as realistic as they can and dissolve into the environment. Whereas these people, this one, same thing around here, like more realistic paper texture illustrations and so on, are more ensuring that the content is feels realistic, but then the UI is more tech related. So that's a fun thing to see. Anyways, moving on. A lot of people are playing with liquid glass, which is really good to see that the people are experimenting. And then again, pastels. It's really much everyone is doing pastel stuff. Um, we had this one, which we talked about before. This is like a 3JS slash GS P5 or PS5 P5 GS, whatever, thing where you can manipulate media, but also sound-based elements. So that's a pretty interesting thing. Welcome back. And it looks pretty nice. That person is doing like a lot of experiments with hand gesture control through cameras rather than having like a magic leap. If you remember this, like that's I'm old, but um, the magic leap used to be a very good. I don't know if it's still uh, used. Huh? That's different. That's not what I was expecting. No. Um, oh, that removed. Mm-hmm. Is it leap motion, not magic leap? Yeah, it's leap motion. My bad. My bad. Uh, please share image. Leap motion was a thing that basically tracked your hands accurately, really accurately, um, and it was really tiny, and it could be placed on top of uh, your desk to get access to hand controls for your Mac or your PC, and so that was when we still needed to have like a controller that tracked hands separately. And so what they are doing here is tracking hands with the camera and nothing else. So that's pretty, at least, impressive from my point of view. Give me the second one. Um, to to play with. So yeah. Um, of course, from different ones. I see. We'll take a look in a second. Um, there has been like a lot of AI generated things. I saved this because I've just done that and I need to make it better. So this tutorial is going to follow through um, for sure. And then we've had nothing more, to be honest. Most of these are really, really simple. This one is a bit of an holographic effect. The thing that I don't like about this is that Apple has generated and given us the ability to create stickers since iOS 16. And in iOS 16 release, we had an option to say is sticker, and it doesn't work, but it gives us the ability to create these types of visuals for holographic stickers and effects. So I feel like Apple is still keeping some of the thing that they have. But yeah, anyways, it's just fun to see. It is just fun to see. Nani has created amazing widgets again. Again, I don't. I mean, I really need like an affiliate marketing type of link for Nani stuff because it's really good. Um, and for people that are streamers that needs like a poll widgets, the animation is great. Who's voting, who's winning, what's happening is really good. I wish I could create these things, but I don't. And it's really nice. It is really nice. Um, moving on to these things, liquid glass transformation for the glass container effect. So you can combine things based on their states. So instead of having to define multiple things, the glass container is going to get that gooey type liquid glass thingy, which is really good. I need to experiment more with it, to be honest. But yeah, giving shit like this is kind of crazy. And then that was pretty nice. I don't know if it's really glassy or if it's just colors that they have made. You know, good stuff. Good stuff. And then always Brandon has still in the gym. Hasn't been live in like a year and a half, but even 2 years, I think. But yeah, stay in the gym. That's pretty impressive. Anyways, so you send this. God damn, that's a lot. It's a list of orders come from different marketplace. I hate is where assembly button. I like that it's transparent and that I can see the background. That's kind of crazy. So the marketplace, the external ID, the second external ID, the internal ID, the status, the when the thing must be delivered, most important that will update orders, all the status on marketplace side via the API. Also will print stickers. Also, why do I have a fucking ad? What is this? What the fuck? I thought I had like an ad blocker running right there. Don't I? Like, yeah. Cool. Um, Price and discount and price. Sometimes different types. I see. Can I do that? I can. I should not do that. I see. Ah, I might click on it again. I hate this website every time. Every time. Okay, so what's your question? Because you said you have an image. What do you need here on this review day? You said the most important thing is the assemble button. Um, yeah, I think it's pretty good where it is, to be honest. I just think that you should um, probably do some sort of a table rather than a card, if that makes any sense. So, what I mean is that here you have your dates and price, and if it was a line like this one was still here, even though it has been assembled and then pushed to production, basically, um, it would help the user really read the thing. If you know that your IDs are at a maximum this width, then make sure that all of your IDs are exactly the same width by using something like monospace fonts uh, or something else. Like if I'm doing this, right, and I do not layout frame, and then God damn it. Ah, Figma, get the fuck out. Thank you. Weird. That's the same. Sorry. Why do they all start with 3? That's crazy. My bad. So, here, if I have all of these that are currently using right align or left align, like for you it's left align, and let's say they all have the exact same length uh, of numbers, which is somewhere around here, that's a dot. Right? I would say that's roughly the same. Even maybe this one has a bit one more. I can't count numbers. Anyways, these, if you change your number to be um, the monospace numbers, like regular monospace numbers, all of your numbers are going to end up in the exact same spot, which right now I can tell that these two have one too many numbers. But that way, wherever my ID is different or not different, it doesn't really matter because the initial difference that I was talking about is that here, so we have 8 numbers, right there. If this one was doubled and you have an ID that is like uh, more ones than the others, you end up with this. That's your initial thing. That's the reason you have the like differences in the length, but also some of them have a dash something, some of them don't, or different IDs. So the goal here would be to get your biggest height ID possible as the max width for that container, and then same thing for the next one, and so on. So getting some sort of a table-like view would help for readability. And then the placement of your assemble is okay. Um, it it depends on what you want to do and how it works, what it does, and how much important or more important it is compared to the more button. Like, could you have this outside of the row? Could you have the more button outside of the row as well? Um, that thing, does it really need to be removed? Can it be like assembled, as in it has been done and it can be deassembled? I don't know. Maybe. So yeah, that's a you thing. The other thing that you can do if you don't want to remove the date and price is inverse the two. So you would have assemble first, and then uh, the date and price, and then the more money, because these two will never change, but the assemble will be visible or not. So just switching things around kind of sometimes kind of help or kind of does the job. Um, but yeah, that would be what I would do. Like, first of all, changing the number type to be monospaced. I forgot there is a CSS value for that. I just don't remember it. My bad. That's my bad. And then if you just don't want to have an empty space around here, just move the, like, invert the two. That should give you like enough distance. Yeah. No, it is. I should have done that. It's um, it's a specific type of number. This tabular numbers for the names. If you are using enter, you could be in tabular. God damn it. So yeah, tabular is something that we have. Like this one doesn't. This one is regular behavior. That isn't. So tabular will help you to get these numbers, and sometimes it's inferred for the numbers. It basically changed the font to monospace because that's how it works, but technically it's not monospaced. So yeah, that's the thing. That's the situation for these. It's a CSS value, so yeah, I would probably just switch. If you don't want to have an empty space here, we'll just put my button around there um, once when it's been assembled, or when it needs to be assembled. That's about it. The other question is going to be how often are you seeing this, and is it normal to have that many of them that needs to be assembled, and would the basic behavior be to just assemble everything? If that's the case, and most of the time it's just assembled, that stands out enough to push the content and say, oh yeah, still, for what? I need to assemble that. Um, but yeah, without like a lot of uh, background knowledge on what that is, how that works, what can be done, and all the questions I would have, I can't really help more than just giving you like a potential pointer there. That's just yeah, it's debatable. It's debatable. A lot of changes can happen. Um, yeah, I'm also seeing that your date and price don't align center to the row; they align top for some reason. Your button does align center, but your date doesn't. Specifically because if you think of it and you have like more than two, and it's just a massive block, that's going to be a bit of an issue. But yeah, I'm lacking information there to give you more details. Um, mm, mm, I don't know. I don't know. Can you not say print instead of assemble? Like, is the wording specific? I mean, I know you're probably explaining it in a way that I would understand that is not necessarily what happens, and assemble makes more sense. But if the thing is going to print something, and I'm going to then place a QR code on the thing in question, I would rather have something that says print, like print QR code or something. And the other thing that I'm now thinking about because of what is explained and what you just said is that I press the button to assemble, and so, right, the QR code is going to go on that thing specifically. But then um, someone else is like asking for the same good. I don't know. Mm, mm. Also, yes, what Cybersect said, if the button is linked to the awaiting assembly thing, maybe having them together would make more sense. So, right, like if you had the uh, awaiting assembly being around here, and as I said, the button on the side of the dates, um, that might make more sense. Like, shit. That first of all, that would be, to me, that would be the easiest thing to do, so that you have the dates at which the thing is supposed to be delivered or whatever, and then you have your button to assemble thing when it needs to be, and then your awaiting assembly that is right here. I feel like if it was uh, like right there.
Misbehave for me, act a slave for me, so depraved for me.
Like I have more information where I need to do stuff. And so let's say that this one, for example, the bottom one,
Act a slave for me,
has been assembled.
so depraved.
So
Misbehave for me. Breathe on my neck, let me feel your body, wrap me up in flex. Not complex, I'm a simple.
right,
Love, cause I'm subtle, soft and sensual, unconventional. Intention is what feeds me, and you know that I got everything you need, know everything you like. Can play you like a violin, yeah, babe, I'm just your type. How much can you take? Got no time for any faking, you're aching to break. Misbehave for me.
old school way of working. Yeah. To me, that would make more sense. That would ensure that the delivery date or the thing that needs to happen is always like on point, in place, and I don't really need to think about it too much. And the assemble button is on the side, which is where the value is. So as Cybersect said, because the message of the status is linked to the status, that makes more sense. And that way you really have a separation of content and delivery, at least from my point of view. So you have your order that is right here, and then you have your delivery information or delivery instruction that are around here. So what the fuck do you need to do? You need to output the fucking thing, so you need to assemble, and then you need to ship before June 20th. Uh, that's about it. The only thing that I don't really know like about is the price. Like, why do you have the price there? But also, do I care? No. But yeah, that would make more sense to me. Because that way, as you said, you don't really have juggling date. Like the date is always in the same spot, and the button is probably going to be always in the same spot, unless you have an order that is 20,000 with a discount from 30,000. So that will be a bit longer, like that will be around here. Not even, that would be around here, to be honest, like 2 pixel more. So that's a small details, but as I said, if you basically state that these things are tables, you should be good with your cell to always have the dates, and it will just match the biggest date in that column. And then your button is always going to be the same, and then your awaiting assembly, it's the the message or the status. So if these are tables, you're going to go way faster in the output. Then that cell right here that contains all of your IDs and the content is a bit of a complex cell, but it's an option. Uh, I don't know if I would recommend it, but it would work. The example, exactly the thing that I was looking for. Perfect. I've done so much research on tables for this project specifically, and I don't know if I have them here. But yeah, basically, this is your behavior. This is the behavior that you kind of need to have, where you have your order and ID and other things, but where? Huh? Goddamn. That's fun. Um, wait. There. Probably. There. This one is a bit of a massive file, so yeah, might take a bit. Might take a bit. Also, I just noticed that. Uh, where is this? There. Goddamn. So, these things, like these table sales, which is basically what you have, are a bit more complex, but they make sense, and they end up with the ability to just do a table like this really quickly. So for you, you would basically have that sale in the beginning with your um, IDs and then your content, even though I wouldn't do that, but whatever. Followed by your message and then your buttons and then your date and your more option on the side. That's the overall thing that you would need to do, but like you basically end up with something like this, and I feel like that's gonna be really simple to do. As soon as you basically just state that this is a table, you should be good. Like it should go really fast to not transfer, like convert. But yeah, like that to me, that's pretty simple. Um, you will need though a table that with a cell that can take two different values, which might be a bit more complex to do than just saying that it's a single cell. In which case you would have like so much other cells, like you would have so many columns. You would have ID, second array as a second column, third ID as a third column, content of the order, message, button, date, price or price date and a button. So that might be a lot in one go. But yeah, Jonathan, hi, welcome back. Welcome in. How's the day going? Are you gonna make it? Goddamn, you made it. Doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. A bit tired for reasons. I didn't sleep much. I'm so dead. And currently fighting with a table. So, yeah. I got a class. Welcome on in. What do you mean, what does that mean? What does what mean? My name? Or what does? I didn't sleep much means I didn't sleep much. Much. But yeah, I would do something like this, 100%. For me, I would have like my order things, IDs, content, even though content would be kind of weird to have like multiple things. Um, and then dates, delivery prices, things, buttons in the order you want. But yeah, like that. That's kind of complex so far. Kind of complex. That is my name. That's just my initials. That's what it means. I hate the fact that this is not centered. I aligned everything vertically instead of, yeah. Yeah, French people have multiple names, and I have three. So it happens. It happens. Um, if I had known, if I had known when I decided to go by that name and that username on all my platforms, that I would have an online personality type situation, I would just have used AO and that's it. But no. Also, usernames with like two letters is not common. Like the only one that I have right now that is just one letter is this one. Like bento.me/a is the best thing I have found, and it's good. But yeah, um, it yes. I mean already four letters, really really hard. The fact that um, like if I go to slash AOA, there is someone that exists that has four followers, that has nothing anywhere, and yeah, it's just it's just bad. No, no, I wouldn't. I wouldn't. The thing that would work, to be honest, would be um, like AO would be amazing for sure for me, even AOA. But like just that would be great, but it doesn't exist. And then if I just did three letters, but three letters is not available. So I I mean, best thing would be just slash A, even on Twitch. Like that would just uh you know. Oh yeah, no, even AOA is a company if you haven't seen name, which is really bad. Which one is this one? Yes, exactly. Exactly. 100%. 100%. So, you know, that thing. That what is this? Oh yeah, that. I would change that. I would just change that. I would reorganize stuff. That would make more sense. Kind of, in order to make the things work. But yeah. Yes. Overall. Also, if you haven't seen, which most of you haven't seen, that happened. That Data. I had a bit of a hard time making the video. Like I wanted to cut it here, but then it just doesn't work because the transition to slide is already has like this sliding in, so it's just yeah. But the good thing is that because I had this and I had that image, I now had the ability to do this. Useful stuff. Why not add a calm ramble? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Yeah, so that's a good thing. I appreciate it. This one has blown up on LinkedIn. I wasn't expecting to blow up on LinkedIn, but this post right here from 4 days ago, it had, I said, why? And also, some people are replying weird. Uh, as in, I, yeah, it's LinkedIn. How many reposts? Not, no, not much. If not any, not any. Much better. Much better. Um, the thing is, that I have 19 people that came uh, to my profile, which is pretty good. But yeah, uh, that is good. That is good news. That is good news. I don't think we have any shares either. Like, also, I don't have much data around here. But yeah, uh, yeah. I mean, the conversion rate is really, really bad. I'm not gonna lie about this overall. Like, I just have 17,000 views of posts because I've been starting posting for the past week. And then 80 people decided to come to my profile, which is like better than nothing. Um, I can do more stuff, but yeah, overall, like, not good. Have a good meeting. Like, you can see when I started, basically. it's it's evident. Evident. But yeah, I don't know why this one just blew up for no fucking reason. Um, which is okay. So that's the thing. Diet is non-existent, specifically right now. Diet is. I'm currently running on 600 calories officially for today, which is not good. Not good. That that is you. That's you. You are the I, by the way. And P is Jonathan, and A is me, and S is Stream Elements. So these are the initials of the people that are chatting. And god damn it. And the more people are here, the more words we can create. And so you can create some words if you want. By basically coordinating with the rest of the chat. I don't have bananas. I don't have banana. sadly. Yeah. So yeah, today's lunch, for example, has been some cheese with some ham, with some ratatouille, and some cheese with a bit of tortilla. Like I basically take a wrap, I put some skyr in the background, which is like yogurt slash protein yogurt type of situation. I put some ham on top, and then some uh, ratatouille. I don't know how to say it in English. Ratatouille. It sounds really French, anyways. And then some cheese on top of that. And I just fold that, and then I deep throat that fucking thing. And that was today. That was today. So yeah, I need to figure out how I can have posts like this that are just blowing up, because this one is really nice. And I need more like this. I need way more. Like some of the previous ones that I had were like really no views, no impressions, nothing. And that's bad. But yeah. Like I can repost this one, to be honest. Um, Rewrite it in a way that makes more sense. But yeah. Oh, interesting. But they sorted it by impression rate. I see, I see, I see, I see. Um, what do you mean a pixelated mix? It. Eh. Eh. Nope. We'll call it. Haven't seen Story today. Or at least haven't paid attention to see Story today. He might lose a streak, which is crazy. Which would be crazy. Um, Kroskis, hi, welcome. Um, I think, sadly, a lot of people are using LinkedIn because they want to. Um, and you could have a KOA, a KOA, like me hidden in the now. Uh, awesome folk, yes. I mean, I'm personally, uh, personally, I'm using it because I have to, not because I want to. I would rather not, to be honest. I would rather not, because goddamn, um, it's not good. It is not good. But yeah, also that insight is really insightful and what was really good overall. Like no one knows about it apparently, which is kind of crazy. But yeah, yeah. Well, stream elements is gonna stay there though. Yeah. So yeah, so that's the thing. Since you write something in Go, I don't understand that. To write a page component for a site that pulled calendar dates from it. It turns out that the meetup has the API being behind a paywall. That's crazy. And so I switched from writing a calendar widget to writing a content scraper. Well, that's a good that is a good thing to say. Yes, 100%, 100% can agree. Yeah, 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 yeah. 100% can agree. So yeah, Kenna, do you have everything that
Middle
you need?
name anxiety is now following.
Middle name, well, come on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. GD as well. Welcome on in. How have you been? How's the Stream Deck thingy? Did you finish it? Did you figure it out? God, that hurts. So yeah, that thing also, just to review it, um, I've seen so many people saying that Figma had made like an amazing job at like releasing liquid glass effects in like basically a week. And it, again, I feel like no one understood that Modify was a thing that they have acquired, and I feel like it's going to be the exact same thing with uh, Post whatever. How's it called? Payload, because they acquired Payload, and I feel like that is also something that people don't know about. They acquired like so many fucking companies that yeah. I see. I see. I see. I see. It is. It is good for the starting point. I would say the only, not only, but like, um, I was thinking about this earlier today. Um, if I had to create like an illustration or an anime illustration things, I would probably have VO3 do a sketch-based animation, not like a realistic output, and then um, and then have an artist do that. Yes, probably. Crosskeys. I probably did, but I don't remember. I forgot. I forgot. But yeah, I mean, the Adobe acquisition fell through because, you know, it happens, but then they got 1 billion out of it of compensation for not following through, which is pretty impressive. Then with that 1 billion, they are now making everything um, like more expensive for everyone. And going back to what I said last week, and I will say it, I feel like I'm going to say this so often lately. Um, but God damn it, that's the wrong thing. To me, this is the best thing that you can do if you are a company. Like the example that I have is here. If you start with 100 users at like $100 a month, or you start at $100 a month, and then when you reach 50 users, it down like it decreased the price to $80 a month, and then 100 users at $69 a month for obvious reasons, and so on and so forth. Um, have a good game. You basically end up with enough money to sustain the infrastructure cost. And at the time that you reach a certain amount of users, you are already way more profitable than you were before. And so if you're not capitalistic, which is not the case of most companies, this is the best pricing option because you like, I mean, you know, that happens. Spaghetti, hi, welcome in. I have things for you. Last stream, you asked a question and I didn't answer. So, thank you for coming back. I was wondering if you would make a design system video for organizing and documentation purpose. Huh. No. I remembered when I was in bed, I was like, shit, I didn't answer. Um, I think I have something in a way, but not really, but kinda. Um, if you go into some of the older things, I basically have some of the elements in one shots. So the button designs are there. You have like some other things about typing, some other things about like variables and so on. So they are scattered around. I get that. The Figma bootcamp thing, which you went through, as far as I remember, gives you everything. And then in terms of explaining how to organize a file, I don't think um, I mean, I kind of have this one for the components and vines, but then, yeah, in the beginning, I kind of had the idea of, make some documentation for design systems and other things, but I ended up not doing that. So, yeah, I could, I could, yeah, I could 100% do that. Um, the, it's pretty simple by the other fact that this
Mom!
exists and that it is like a very, very big file. Um, like that could work. If you want some information about design system, I think designsystems.com is going to be pretty useful for you. It's a really, really good resource for knowing about what it is and how they work and how they are currently like set up and so on. There's a lot of articles in there, a lot of things. Some of these websites are not up to date, to be honest, which is fine. But like that's something to keep in mind. And then the other thing that is pretty good in that website specifically is this. You have the design system repo, which contains all of the design systems that are currently available in Figma, for example. And so you just need to click on it. So if you know a company that is currently listed in there, or if you have like a company that is like an inspiration type of thing for you, because they do like a product that you would like to have, or you are building something similar, then you can just go in there and see how they have organized their stuff. So, for example, for me, I was working on a project management platform, and so the Monday design system was pretty useful for me to check out and um, like how it is, how it's organized, and so on, and then just check it out. But yeah, um, understood UI design and UX. Surely good UI design must simply be good UX. Yes, yes. So the thing that I say all the time, and if you've been here before, you've heard me say that. If you are a UX designer, you can not know anything about UI. If you are a UI designer, you need to know everything about UX as well, because otherwise you're just pushing pixels and the thing that you're creating are not usable. So good UI designer are also good UX designers. Good UX designers are just good UX designers. That's fine. So yeah, there is like a ton of plugins for design systems. There is a ton of uh, things to organize your files. There is also a lot of misconception about design systems in general, as in this is not a design system. It's a UI kit. The like it's a UI kit. Even though it has like spacings and colors and fonts and icons and other things, they are just UI elements and it's not a design system. If you go into this magnificent uh, website called Design System Checklist, which we love, it's going to give you everything that you need to have to build like a design system on its own. This contains the list of all of the things that we have. Usually, what happens is people are calling this section the core components a design system. That's not the case. In the design language for a design system, you have a ton of things that people don't think about. So, stuff about the brands, stuff about the guidelines that people are needing to use. In terms of foundation, you have all of the colors, 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 layouts, typography. All of that needs to be like taken into consideration when you're building it. And so, the design system is the the way of creating a system to create the design. So, design system and system designs are two different things, even though they have the same words. And so, the creation of a design system is the maintenance of the system to design the things. So, yeah. If you need to make 4 UI kits from screens, then that's pretty simple. Um, you need to take the elements and edit and expand them. Yeah, I mean, to me, the system design for the design system, I know, is the creation of the repeatable steps to achieve the same design at the end. So the the goal, basically, if I'm giving you this, you have a UI kit. You have the elements that you need to use to achieve the thing that you have. You have the states. Cool. But that's about it. If I wanted to give you something that is a bit more better, I would have to do something like this, for example. Um, like, let's do the anatomy, maybe the layout for sure. Properties would be good. Alignment direction would make sense. The styling is not necessary for here. Custom formatting is not necessary for sure for here. Have a good look. And let's say I'm using Dan as well. Font sizes and spacing using the Figma variables because I have them, but I'm also not necessarily using them everywhere. Doesn't really matter. But this and this plugin specifically you asked about, do I use some plugins? Specs is one of them. It is paid though, so though that it's paid. And so this plugin specifically is going to give me that frame. This is massive frame, and it's give me or it's give you the content. It tells you, well, the anatomy of that button is you have like a placeholder icon in both sides and the text in the center. And then you also have the option to get a version that is with a loader. That's the other option based on that component. And then from there, it's using like a ton of properties based on the variable that we're using inside of the Figma file, and so on. You have different sizes, different styling, different shapes, different whatever. And the most important thing is this. Based on the current thing, you know that the button itself is a hug content with these arrows, and it's also using like a very specific amount of spacing on both sides, very specific amount of spacing in between elements, and very specific amount of spacing top and bottom. That, by default, if you follow this entire thing, this is the system to make the design. You end up with the exact same thing if you just follow these steps of creating or ensuring that these values are the same. You will have the same design. So that, with having that in mind, this is more for design system related things than just giving you the UI elements. But yeah, that's the type of differentiations, I'd say. But yeah, like that documentation is the thing that is going to or could transform this UI kit into a design system. And yes, 100%. Stony, hi, what morning? Welcome back. How's the day going? Here, if you want access to that plugin, which is really good, we highly recommend it, as always. Um, but yeah, it's not free. Oh, it's not free. I missed something. 1 second. And yes, Broskis, you're right. Design system means different things based on, you know, um, um, like the people, for sure. For sure. But yeah, so design systems checklist is going to help you to know what you need to have. And then the uh, the design system website, designsystem.com, is going to be really useful for have like a um, uh, more information, more articles, more things about how design systems are made and what they contain and so on. As said, these are not necessarily up to date. I don't think we have had a lot in there. And so, lastly, I would say the potential is going to be design system repo, um, which is something a bit different right there, which I always forget, but it is an interesting thing as well. If you're trying to build some design systems, it's just pretty nice. So it is like a resource to get access to design systems for other companies, and then you can see what they are, what they do, what is in there, and so on. So some of them exist, some of them are dead. It really depends. But one of the good thing I would say is that overall, um, these websites, the one that are websites, not just Figma file, are going to give you a lot more information, a lot more things that you didn't necessarily think about. So going back to what I said about the design system checklist, the initial things about the brand, about the voice, about the perception that you want the people to have, about the words that you use in your communications, and so on. Uh, this is sometimes displayed in there, and sometimes it's not, sometimes it is, but dang, that's really good. Overall, it gives you like a ton of information, um, as well as also, as well as maybe means the same thing. Designsystem.com is going to give you the link to the Figma file for Orbit. Design System Repo is going to give you the website for the design system of Orbit. So you will have different things. The other things that I have that not like I think, as I said before, only Airbnb has done this that I know of. Probably other companies have done the same thing, but I'm not aware of it. The biggest thing that I want to have for myself in a design system is the relationship in between components. So things like the patterns um, is something that is pretty important to have, as in, if you know for a fact that you are going to have an input field that is followed by another input field that is followed by a button, it kind of needs to look like this. It's not going to be field, button underneath. No, the pattern is field 1, field B, or field A, field B, button. If it's like a longer thing where you have fields that are linked together, there's first name and last name, these could be next to each other because that makes sense. And so that is a pattern that you need to document inside of the design system to ensure that the devs and the designers are following the rules of saying if A is followed by B and B is last name and A is first name, then they are next to each other instead of being on top of each other. So this is a lot more complex, and it's also a lot more work to ensure that the communication, the documentations, and everything makes sense for anyone. But at the end, it just makes things so much faster because you basically end up with something like this, where I don't have it here, where you have the analytics view right there, where basically I have my systems, right? So my view itself is a list of sub-view. Each of these things, like my overall stat, my content type, my study consistency, and so on, these are next to each other. And so for some of them, I had to create some sort of an H stack to make them side by side when they shouldn't. Like that should be the system that behave in a way that makes sense. So if you have seen lately some of the thing that Apple has done in their presentations, um, I don't think I'm gonna have the ability to do that though. Maybe Shay have it. Have questions. Also, we have Pornhub right here. That's crazy. Um, um, yeah, I don't think I'm gonna find it here, but basically, I think there. Let me check. Let me check. This one? No. Yeah, no, not there. This one? No. Eh? No. No. Um, basically, there is like a lot of thing that happens with the liquid glass interface transition thingy that they have made, and so the behavior is defined in the system, and therefore, if you're scrolling too much, the the view or the navigation is changing shape. So you have something that is really similar in the um, in here, like the navigation here. If I go back up, you can see that it's changing behavior because I'm low enough. And if I scroll back up, I'm just getting that transition almost automatically. This is a system-based behavior to ensure that my navigation is always the most optimal for what I'm trying to do. So if I'm here, I kind of want to know year, months, or and search bar. If I'm here, I just want to go into my collections or my search. So that's the type of thing that is defined by the system. And in your design system, if you design your relationship in between components, you're gonna have like a harder time to do the documentation, but an easier time in the long run. So yeah, as well, yes, as well. Uh, the design system that I made that put in place for my previous company had like yes, you can like a very good impact on the company and the company cycle through uh, initial ID to production because we did the design system in design and then we implemented it slowly, but we implemented it. And at the end of the implementation, we basically cut the time to production in half because instead of redoing the same component or looking for the component that we needed to have in that specific element in that specific page, the devs were just like, oh yeah, cool, we have this thing, we need a button, that's the button, that's it. And then, oh, we need a form, that's the form, cool, we have 6 entries, 6 entries means this, so based on the systems, we then have this, so, yeah, happens. Um, Mhm. Mm. I'm looking from far away on purpose. Just so, just so you know. Um, Also, yes, I need to sleep. That's true. So the documenting part here is going to be what behaves, where to go, and what unexpected things happen. There are things that I'm seeing that I don't like, but that might be just my eyes right now. Um, and it's probably just my eyes, to be honest. But yeah, it is. You know what? You know it is. It's Uh, so the thing that you want to document here, for example, let me take one of the simpler screen that you have because it's going to be easier. What happened when I click on this? So you need like a tooltip or something that explain to the devs and to yourself, like if you say change stuff, what is opening, which I'm guessing is probably this. If you click on the information, what is opening? I don't know. If you click on this, what's happening? Probably this is not necessary, but that happens. Um, you seem to be offline is a nice thing to have. It might not be necessary to have it right there um, in that way, but explaining and documenting when it happened, why it happened, is it something where the Wi-Fi is off and the mobile data is off? Is it something where packets are dropped out of specific rates? Um, is it something different? You know, like all of that is the thing that you need to think about. The next stop right here, which is this apparently, so this is expanding on that. So you need like a link or an arrow that shows that from here you go there, um, and so on. So that's overall what needs to happen for the documentation. Um, Usually, when you have something that is bright colors, gradient is something that you want to have um, the user pay attention to. So it's you just put it into perspective compared to the rest, so that people are like, oh yeah, cool, that's right. And so that seems to be around pass might be like a premium features or something. So it seems to be the case. That's good, Jordan. That's a good thing. Um, it's a good thing. So Spaghetti in the chat has made this and wants some sort of a feedback. They also think something. Um, Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Mostly the thing is you want color to have purpose and not like the thing that we say is uh, color for purpose, not for decoration. So you want to make sure that the people that see the colors are going to be attracted to the thing that they need to do. So that button, for example, right here, is the thing that stands out because it's the thing that you want the user to click on. Um, when you're here, you want them to purchase something. So you need them to be attracted to the purchase button so that they know that this is the most important thing on the page. When they are here, they're on their profile apparently, that gives them the hint that they are currently in the around pass that is currently active. You are on the free access um, of the around pass, which is kind of weird writing, but that's fine, until a certain time. I wouldn't have dates and times and minutes, but you know, whatever. But you want the user to know where they can do things or where things are important. So bright colors are going to just attract the users and just say, this is important, this is important. When you're here, this is really important, but yellow on white and yellow is really bad to access, so wouldn't do that. And then this is really important as well. This is the most important thing on the page. It's the blue thing, which is the color of the brand, apparently, based on that color right here. So that's the thing. Um, so when you have a brand like Dribble and your color is pink, anytime you have an alert, something that is supposed to be red, it might be confused with that. So if you have a logo or brand that is like a yellow color or something, and you want to convey some meaning, you can define meaning in your color palettes. So for me, for example, we have in the foundation, we have a set of palettes or colors that are based on radix, and that's it. And we just use this. And wherever you need a color that is specific to something, you do that. That's about it. However, I personally like to have specifics for communication colors. So if I go into my communications, right about here, anything that is in error is going to be red. Anything that is in success is going to be green. Anything that is in warning is going to be orange. And anything that is in pending is going to be purple. If I add the fifth thing, you would have action needed, which would be blue, or would use the default color of the brand. The thing is, if my brand color is purple, then it might mean that my action needed might be a bit of an issue. But yeah, no, purple for pending is always the case for me. Um, like, I don't know if we have these on Pinterest. It's been a while though. Um, mm, mm, mm. Yeah, I don't think we do. I don't think we do. But yeah, I use these. I mean, I've been using these for, I don't know, a decade now. So, um, really? Mm, mm. When you go into it, any blue platforms, like Jira, for example, uh, usually their pending is either the color of the brand, which is blue, or purple. Usually. But you can't see it now. But yeah, we use these. Use these most of the time. Um, eh. So yeah. Let me just go back for a second. If so, okay, going back to what you said, Spaghetti. You said that you have not done this, but you have been asked to do a UI kit from this. This is different. This is not like documentation. It's a bit of a different thing. The creation of a UI kit from here um, is like what are the elements and how you can extract them. So, from what I can see here, let's take this one, which seems to be like one of the uh, widest range of content. So, I have two buttons. So my buttons based on this are going to look like this. So I'm going to extract this and say this is my header button. Cool. And then I have an image. My image has a very specific aspect ratio. So I'm going to extract that and say that my image for covers, for articles, or for pages are going to have an aspect ratio. The documentation is going to just state images should use aspect ratio, whatever. Then I move on. I see that I have an icon here, 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 here. Probably this is an icon as well. So I can extract these things and say by resizing them all to the exact same size. So probably all are 24 points by 24 points containers, by like this. And like this is 16, and this one is probably 24 inside. Yes. So resizing them all at the same size, and then ensuring that they are all working. I'm going to say this is the icon set that we are using in these screens. And then I'm scrolling down and I'm arriving on this thing and I'm liking, not liking, but I'm figuring out that this is a badge or a tag or a pill, something based on the UI kit names that I want to name the thing. So I'm extracting that and I'm saying, so that's the way that the pills or the badge or the tags are made. And so they are 18 in height with a specific amount of corner radius, specific amount of padding side to side and top and bottom, and then moving on. So here I have a secondary version of that pill tag thingy. Is it the same? It's still 18. Is it still following the same 8833? Yes, it is. So these are also tags, therefore these could be components. This is an icon going into the icon thing. This is an image for profile picture. Seems to be 48 by 48. And, um, I'm doing that. And so here, for example, going back to what I was saying earlier, this is a very specific aspect ratio. Weirdly enough, it looks really similar to that aspect ratio here. It's not exactly the same because the radius is different, but it seems to be similar. So I would say and check, are they the same aspect ratio? Yes, therefore my images that reinforce the fact that this is an aspect ratio that we are using inside of the app. And so on and so forth for everything. Like right now I'm seeing this, which is different. It's a bit of a tag, but it's also 24 in height with an icon inside and some text in it. Different things. Different component, different behavior, different button. This one is bigger. What's the difference? And so on. So that's one of the things that I would do. And then that's the visual elements. And I would do a second pass with um, font sizes. Font sizes, this is the same as this one. It's not. That's a different font size. Same thing here. This and this are the same fonts. That's good. I can use that as a style and so on. So that's basically what I would do. Extract everything, decompose everything to ensure that I understand the building blocks of this UI. And then I'm just saying, well, right here, for example, I'm needing like a button, and it's supposed to be a header button, and weirdly enough, it looks the same. It's the same thing. It's a white background with a gray outline and an icon inside, and this one has text and an icon. Cool. So I can reuse that same element. And then here they look the same, but this button here is floaty and it's a bit bigger than this one. So, changing some things here and there. Maybe there needs to be some sort of consistency with these instead of being like 48 in height. They need to be 36 like these ones to match with the rest of the app and so on. So it is basically auditing the content of the page to ensure that there is consistency on all the page. And after that, you basically define, okay, so these are the elements that we need to have in use and so on. There is, in order to go faster with this, there is a plugin called Roast, if I remember correctly, that has, I forgot if it's like paid or free, or I think I can't have 3 days. But Roast would give you basically what is written right there. Like fixing your colors, save multiple things into a design system in one go, and that could potentially make your life way easier right now, just because you have a certain amount of days of use, and once you have these done, you still need to pay. I'm sorry. As you can see, I like paid plugins. Um, I have so many. But yes, that that one might help to just quickly extract, realize, figure out things. There is one plugin that I'm kind of looking forward to, but I don't know where it is, and it's in beta right now. Um, but yeah, yes. Also, you should. You should probably do that. That is cute as fuck. It's not accessible, but that's cute as fuck. Um, I remember that someone has built something. Did I do that in my bookmarks? I might have. I might have. Nope, I haven't. Um, and thank you for that. Appreciate it. Someone did something that was basically, um, how can I say that? They are integrating some sort of an AI assistant thingy to help you better your designs. And I should really have it saved somewhere. I haven't, so my bad. It's been a while, to be honest. But there is plenty of these that are popping off lately. So overall, right, the goal is to get some sort of a system or uh, like a plugin, an assistant, something that will help you go through your designs and ensure that everything is coherent and consistent. Um, and that would make a lot of sense. So yeah, I wish I could find the thing, but I can't. So I will. I will. Anywho, back to this. So that's the plan. At least if you need to extract like a UI kit from this, I would do this as I just showcased, and creating a UI kit as well here is implying something of creating the components that will be reused. So if I were to, let me just do that because it will be way faster for me. Um, if I were to go here and paste this, right? I have this. From experience, I can see that this element right there is seemingly a good candidate for component. God damn it. Yes. God damn. Yes, that was true. That was so true. Going back to this, that's not ADHD myself here. Again, so you have like frame, then frame, then frame. So that's a button, that's a frame. Inside frame, I have stop one and destination, whatever, something, right? That would be a component for me. And so, because I know that, what I would do is I take this element right here and I say create component from there. So I'm going to create a component here or just use master because it's good. Um, so I'm running the thing, it's creating the component. I have my component right there. We're good. It's fine. From there, I'm using master again, and I say I'm going to pick that component just so to save it. That makes sense. And then from here, I know that that, and that are also the same component. They are supposed to reuse the same content. So I'm just gonna use master again and then link the things together and see if it works. Right now, it doesn't work. So I mean, I know why. Um, the reason is because the fucking name of these is absolutely horrendous, but that's fine. So I can take this, Command C, and then Command Shift R, so that paste to replace. Now I have my components with the right behaviors, how I'm supposed to have it. And that's like ensuring right now that if I move that to the center, it's moved for all of them and so on. So creating a component for your elements is going to be some of the things that is required to create the UI kit that you want to have. And so based on that, again, this is one of my components. This is a card for the itinerary, but I'm also seeing that this thing has or is a button. And that's the button for the card. I get it, but it's kind of a button that is going to be reused across the thing, so I can use the create component from elements. And so now this thing is a component as well. So this one is using component B. So I'm ensuring that I have consistency across all of my things, meaning that if I'm here, I'm like, you know what, this needs to be red because it's changed here, changed there, changed on all of them. So that's the type of thing that I would do and ensure that all my content is going to behave properly and rename the values to something that makes sense, like maybe stop name something, stop number. You know, usually I'm using the potential viable names because it just makes sense. And then once you have this working, I figured that this is not an auto layout frame, so it needs to be an auto layout frame. I'm also going to make sure that this is like around here, that it makes sense, that this whole thing is going to be an auto layout frame as well, that it makes sense, that this one is filling the container, and that my container is specific size as well, that these elements are filling their container as well, so that's good. And now for consistency's sake, I feel like having this center makes a lot more sense. So just checking 14, 14, 12. So I'm going to just do 12, 14. So it's centered in line in things and so on. And so now that I have this, that is a component that works, that behave as it's supposed to, it basically means that these things that are supposed to be an auto layout frame as well would benefit from having some sort of a whole auto layout situations as well. But it's weirdly made. But I'm seeing this as this thing on the side is a component that is a combination of that and this. So what should I do? How should I do that? That's a component as well. And then that thing that I'm seeing here, based on the fact that we have different versions of it, is supposed to be a component as well. So how do we like change these elements to ensure that they are working for the componentization of? And that's basically the design system behavior of ensuring like all of these things, all these sides elements right now that I'm getting and extracting. These are supposed to be not that. These are supposed to be a component group. Like all of them are components. And I'm just making sure that they are it's a horizontal thing right there, so that they are kind of stacked. And be good. Their size is supposed to be 18. So let's make that 18 right there. I can see that this one, for example, has a bit of an extended line, which makes no sense. So I'm just gonna get back here, put that there, inside, centered, aligned, at the top, right there. It's supposed to have almost 0, technically. It's a 1 situation. Cool. And so on. Like that's basically how things are going to go for me to figure out exactly what needs to happen. And I'm gonna do my best to ensure that the link in between the elements is always good and always doing what it's supposed to do, always align with the situation. So, for example, this one is supposed to go, God damn it. This one is not. That line is weird. Like that line is contained into a frame, which makes absolutely no sense to me. Um, that frame is 80 in height. They all need to be 80 in height to make sense to what needs to happen. So I'm just changing that and then making sure that the overall placement of things is the same. So if I know, and like the only one that is different is kind of this one, and this one, but that's a different behavior. Um, yeah, no, not really. That's the thing because you don't know. Yes, but no. But yes. Um, like here, for example, I have these three things that needs to be contained in a way that makes sense. So that frame is supposed to be an auto layout frame to make sure that it kind of works. And right, we have three elements in there. They are currently at -2. I'm going to put that at 0 so that they make sense together. And then that's just going to be an auto layout frame. Same thing here, ensuring that this is like at 0. And making sense. Same here, this one is going to be weird. God damn it. Oh, I see. Bang. Oh. One day, the people that make these things would figure out how to design stuff. God damn. So, that took a lot longer than I expected. What I want to have now is each of these things, if they are not like in a frame, like this one is in a frame, for example, I need this to be offsetted from their frame. Same thing here, I think, and this one is also there. Cool. So these things are uh, supposed to be, at least from my point of view, supposed to be the height that match the rest of the available space. So if I make that fill container for their height, they all are going to take the exact same space. And so the reason for this is now, because this one is the extended view, it's just going to extend based on the available space. So if the card right here needs to expand, it just needs to fall through. So that's the basic plan. And then uh, with that in mind, when you have all of your elements set up properly, and you know that your top section right here is supposed to be uh, like resetting itself or organizing itself in a way that makes sense, and all of them at 14, like this one is at 14, and you ensure that this is the case and that all of your auto layout frame here are going to take the same amount of value, which is like 1 point. That will align your dots, because these are icons that are all the same size. So same thing here. This is going to be 40. And then, what did I say? 1 point. However, the last one is the only one that is not the same. And the first one is supposed to not be the same either, with a different transparency, opacity, something. So putting it at 0, and then same thing here. Like I'm going to take that, duplicate it, put it at the bottom, and putting it at 0% opacity, but still keeping these two in fill container so that they will adjust based on the thing that we have. Like we want to make sure that if you extend the last stage of the trip, you want to make sure that it stays in the middle of where it's supposed to go, or it goes further down, or I don't know. Maybe it's supposed to be like the opposite, so that this one is supposed to be like 14. God damn it, 14 right there. So it pushes it down. I don't really know. It depends on a lot of things. Let's keep it in the center for now. So these being elements that needs to be reused right here, that is going to be a component set for me. So I'm just going to say here, create multiple components, or create a component set directly, like this, these things. And so by doing so, I'm getting all of the components that I need. I know that they have properties that are like the same right now. So this is start. Then this is current. This is next. Locked for some reason. And terminal. And so that the steps are going to be there. Now that I have this, I can say this thing specifically that I just selected, I'm going to copy it, go back here and do Command Shift R to paste to replace. And that way I have my component right there. That section right there is supposed to be on the out frame. So Shift A. This is supposed to be filling container. And these two are kind of weird. It's a frame that has like basically a bit more space at the bottom for no apparent reason other than we needed some padding. So that for me is a Shift A on this thing plus the padding bottom at 16. By doing so, it extends this element right there as well. So now right here, and guess what? I'm getting a component out of this. So we've done that before. Master, create component out of this thing. It's going to kind of work. It's placing it at the top, which makes sense. But that's the combination of both. So I'm just going to place it here. And I'm just going to copy it. Command C, Command V. And then here, I'm just going to say Command Shift R, paste to replace. And because this is a component, then I need to make sure that this thing right here needs to be able to swap in between these elements. So I'm going to add a property, and that property is going to be a nested instance for the frame. That's going to take whatever the fuck we want. And so here, this one are sorry, one by one. This one is next. This one is next. Then this one is locked for some reason. And this one was terminal. And now we have most of our things. The only one that is not done is this one because we don't have the long card. But based on that system, right, I don't know how long I've been on this. Not long enough, I think. Also, it's me, so I fast at times. I agree. But now I have something that is reusable and flexible enough so that I can showcase this on the side of the view itself and say, based on the view that you gave me, I'm getting components. I'm getting componentized for all of my things, and technically these things should be interchanged because it's just like you want to have them either vertically or horizontally so that you can see the steps you took to create the output, because that makes more sense. And so here I'm getting all of the thing that I need. If for some reason at some point I needed like more space in between my elements, I could do that. And so right now I'm looking at this and I'm seeing that we have like one type of cards that we haven't used. And this really seems like a secondary version of this. Like it makes sense. It's the extended version of something. And so I'm just going to use that to create a secondary version. And, you know, to have the space that I need to have, I'm just, second time, congrats. I'm just going to move that, create a variant. In that variant, what I can see is that we don't have the button on the side. However, we have the title being underneath, and we have the image that is going to be right inside of this. So taking this, doing such, doing that as well. And so I'm just changing this to default and expand it in terms of titles, names, that. Stops cards are going to be here. And so what that means is now that I have like a variant options in my component that contains both, I'm going to make sure that I can have a nested property for the component right there. Stops card right here. And so if I take this and I duplicate it here, right, command option, sorry, command option R to paste to replace, and I'm changing my card to expanded, and I'm changing the start to current or next or whatever. I have the design that we had a second ago, but now this is design system componentized, and that changes everything in the sense that if for some reason this needed to have like a wider or different size here, like I can see that this thing right there is supposed to be filling container, and we're supposed to get 12 or 16 between the two. And so now I have the ability to have something that is flexible inside of this design. And again, no time, everything works. My lines work. If for some reason the stop number, I'm going to do something wild. If it had multiple lines, because for some reason the stop number was really massive, with the auto layout behavior and the way that we have built the thing, I'm getting the stop line that is extending to reach where it's supposed to go. I'm also getting the space that is good so that we have enough distance in between the two, and I'm ensuring that my button is following through in the center rather than staying at the top or staying weird in a weird spot. So that is how you can do something like this, and how you could create a UI kit-ish system based on the screen. So right here, right, going back to what we were doing. So now that I have that done, the only thing that I'm left to do is this is a button, or this is an icon that needs to be changed. This is a text style that needs to be similar to the other ones. and potentially like change and define as a text style. I'm seeing that this is like medium 14. This is medium for 14 as well. Um, um, so, hmm, lines, uh, expand or access or button, I guess. That's the stop. That makes sense. Stop card container right here. That would make sense. And then these are my status, so that they are all the same. And then Golf. I appreciate. And so what I would do personally is ensure that my lines names are the same. So like that's the top line or transition line, and then that's the next or bottom line. That sounds weird. So that they have the same name, we understand what they are, we understand what they do, and you know, all that um, makes a lot of sense. So once this is done and that makes sense, and we have all of our things organized in a way that anyone can understand, I usually just go with Shift S to create like a section. That section is going to be on the side. I'm going to just make sure that this section take the right size overall. Sections are a bit bigger. And so that is going to be my itinerary components. So I have everything that I need to have. I'm making sure as well while I'm looking at it that the accessibility and the understandability of the content that I have here is there. It's not necessarily the case right here. So I might do a bit of an arrangement right there so that we have everything in the left aligned position, uh, and then change the color of the background to something that is a bit more like either pure white so that we have something that is really close to what we have here, or something that is a bit like grayish. The issue with grayish is that we end up not really seeing the backgrounds. So one or the others, like pure black, pure red is not going to work, but like something that is in between is going to be weird for accessibility of some elements. But sometimes that's enough for really understanding that things are good. Like right now, the green is not really working with the gray, so I'm thinking like pure white would make sense for this because it's going to be used here. And then that's my itinerary components. I have everything that I need for this. I understand that my element, which is my button arrow, is going to be used here. Then this thing is going to be used there, and this thing is going to be used here. So that whole system works together. I see this, I understand. And then the only thing that I might do, as I said, is taking these two things and create some sort of a component that is my itinerary header text or header content or something. I don't know. Naming it specifically so that the person that is coming in does understand like how the thing works. And that's an extensive potential thing, which I don't know if it's the good way of doing it because it takes a bit of time per screen. But then if you do it in with the thing that we have here, for example, you do it in order, right? You would have the button that will go in for sure, like that's probably the same thing. You would already have some text, and you would already have your images with the aspect ratio. You would probably have some other buttons for sure. And so the only thing that you would have needed to do here would have been the creation of that component and these components. The rest is just like done already. So yeah, the the thing that I would say here on creating a UI kit based on an image or a Figma file that already exists is going to be your initial task is going to be figure out which screen is the most massive and complex one, and then use that as your base. So if I go into a line UI because they are releasing like new design lately, um, basically if I go into that preview, I know that we have like a preview file right there. Trying to download by the way. If we go into the initial page templates, there. Um, that view, for example, right? If that was the screen or the design that you had, and they say, can you create like a UI kit for this? There is so many things that I'm seeing also because that design is really well done. It's already made, like it's already there. So, whatever. But there is so many things that I'm seeing that just decompose the view in um, in no time. So right here, I'm seeing navigation side, header, content. Content is kind of weird. I feel like it would be better if it was like a layout frame that just reorganize itself, but that's fine. I don't care. When I'm here, I'm seeing that this is a header, this is a page navigation, this is a footer. So I see the blocks, and I'm seeing that that block and that block here are kind of similar. So they might be like talking to each other or be like from the same page of navigation page. When I'm looking at these, I'm seeing that my titles are all the same. Like there is no differences in all of my titles. So that's a text style. And then they all have these tags based on their colors, if it's positive or negative. Then you have a divider for most of them, not this one for some reason. Um, and then you have some charts underneath. The charts are going to be specific, and so you can't really recreate that right here. So that's going to be something that is just a one up. So the content is just like designed on the spot, but the top section is a component for UI kit for sure. And so once you have done that and you move on to this, you realize that you already have the textiles, the the tags, the lines, the navigation, the charts, the buttons. So you basically just need to say, oh, so that's just bigger. And then you move on. And it's like, oh, that's the same thing. So you basically, as soon as you find again, the most complex file that you have, um, the faster it goes. Um, yeah, it depends. That's an option. I feel like it sometimes is easier to figure out that something is a container, like right here, right? Let's say I'm starting here and I figured out that this is going to be reused and I'm creating a component of this. Um, and then I figure out that this segment controller is going to be a component as well. So I'm going to extract this as a component. And then I'm going down here and I figure out that this and this are components as well. So I'm going to extract this from this page. And yes, I could go the other way around of looking at things and saying, well, this is a textile, that's the minimal thing. This is a badge, so it's bigger than a textile, but it's using a textile inside of it, and so on. It's just that if you are not knowledgeable enough in the beginning and you're like it's just started your first design thing is design assignments. I don't know if you know and I don't know if you have the ability yet to be able to say that's the minimal, like that's the smallest element, and then build up from there. Like I don't think that's an option in the beginning. Um, but why not? Which is, I do agree with you though. Like for me, I would probably go with smallest first. But then again, like what I did here wasn't necessarily going smallest first, was going most obvious first because, you know, most obvious. This was the most obvious one. Then it contained the secondary component. Then we had this on the side. And then because they are side to side, then it kind of means that this was a component as well. And it's reused multiple times. So it depends. I mean, most things will work, and most system, as long as you understand that the goal is figuring out what is used, how it's used, and how you can use it yourself and reuse it later. Um, yeah, it does. It does. Doing what Jonathan just said, having icon, button, input, and then others is a good option. Going back to where we were right here, let's say we go into the uh, core components. Right there, you will have things that may be a tad more complex in their order. The reason for that is that it is alphabetically organized. So, accordion, followed by alerts, followed by avatars, followed by badges and buttons and things. So, it's useful, but like your accordion is more complex of an element than your alerts, or your alert is more complex than your accordion, and so on. So, eh, debatable. But yes, going from smallest to biggest is gonna, huh? It's basically gonna help you understand atomic design. Um, if you don't know, but yeah, that's the principle where the smallest element, which is called the atom in the atomic design system, uh, is going to be technically your colors and fonts and spacings, which is the foundation. And then your icons are a bit of a mix of both, but they kind of are. Um, and basically, an icon is a line size or shape plus a color. So that's a molecule. And then when you have an icon and a piece of text is becoming an organism. And when you have an icon and a piece of text with a background, which is like more than three elements, you end up on a template. Template is usually like a component for us. So you have something in between. And then pages is like 4-page templates. But yeah, the one that Jonathan has made right there um, is pretty useful as well. Um, it's pretty massive overall. I don't know if it's necessary for you to go through that as complex as it is, because there is like a lot of them and a lot of content in there that well, you need a lot. God damn, that's bad. You need to fix this. You need to fix this. That's not acceptable. I'm kidding, by the way. Uh, like this one specifically, like the fact that you have 4 modes for the sizes and 2 mode for the style. Uh, I think the secondary mode is useless. That's me think. And then the colors is just not a good idea. You know, I know. I know, I know. Shame on Verso, 100%. 100%. They acquired Chat CN and then they don't implement the thing properly. God damn, that's so bad. So bad. But yeah, no, overall, like that's the thing, Spaghetti. That's the behavior that you want to have. You want to make sure that you understand the smallest element, and as we said, and as I showcased earlier, the foundation parts, the thing that we are like keeping as foundation, visual language, is colors. So colors needs to be styles, and then fonts is going to be styles as well. Spacing, this is something that is not necessarily useful, but might be. Like it's useful when you are in production, but it's not necessarily useful when you're in Figma as components. And then you have elevations or shadows, background blur, all that to help. Um, and that's about it. So that's your initial foundation. That's the most lowest level, and then on anything that goes on top is going to use at least something new and a combination of this. So, as said, um, an icon is a shape plus a color, and the shape can be like a border or a fill or something else, but it has like this duplication of um, very simple element plus a color, and it's using one of the color variables that I have made in place or put in place. And going down into other things, and let's say I'm going into misc icon, miscellaneous. Um, the miscellaneous icons, for example, this one is going to use the icon plus background plus a color. So that's 3 elements. And if I'm using my card, I'm using a text plus background plus a fill. So that's basically 3 elements, even though we have 2 text, but like that's like considered as 3 elements. Um, if I go into some of these, I'm getting an icon plus a color plus background, 3 elements, and so on. And so when you go into something like a button, I'm getting the background plus an icon plus text plus a color, 4 elements. On top of that, you also have plus an effect, plus 16 effects, because, but yeah. But as, again, going back to what Jonathan said, as soon as you understand that it's like um, uh, very low level things, and you just understand that they are stacked on top of each other to make things better, it's going to be faster for you to understand. Yeah, he was there on Wednesday. He come back for an ask about one of the landing pages that we had a bit of a change to do. So yeah. What do you have to say? He's like in Canada right now, so that's complicated to say things. God damn, why am I getting so much fucking notifications all the times? All the times. I don't like notifications. I see. I don't know if I would I mean, I could, 100% could navigate to Canada and then go there, but ugh, I don't know if I want to do that. I mean, the product designer position is pretty good. Um, it's pretty good. Yeah, I don't know if I could. Like, there is a lot of things that I just don't like to do that would be required of me to do with the product designer job. So, I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe not a good idea. It's okay. Um, right this instant, it might not be a really good idea for many reasons. Sir. Hey. uh, so yeah, after you make the foundation styles, um, you would have to complexify. And so complexifying is basically creating the components that are using the foundation or more than one of the foundation elements. So text, colors, uh, styles, elevations, shadows, things. And yeah, and so you extract them from this. So for example, here, if we go back to where we were on this one, um, even though I did it the other way around, which is fine, I realized that this is my stop name title. And so it is using the San Francisco Pro font in semi-bold at 16. That could be transformed into my viable style something, I don't know, text style, that is called text-based. So for me, text base slash 16, you know, something. And then I'm gonna do 16 semi because it's semi-bold. So now that I have this as a text style, I also realize that here, this is the same thing. So I'm gonna use that text semi here as well. And then the same thing there. So I figured out that this is my text small, right? So that's my text slash small or whatever base um, slash 14, and then it is medium. So 14 medium. And then now I figured out that this is the same thing, so I'm going to use that with text medium right there. And now that these are organized and good, I know that this one, for example, is also using my 14 medium. So I can take that, use it here, be good with it, and so on. For some people, um, icons are in the foundation. For some people, they are not. Um, for me, they are just after the foundation. So my foundation section, my foundation layer right here is foundation. But then the icons and the other things, like the documentation, is part of my foundation section. Even though they have like their own page, each of their styles, I'm still considering them as foundational elements because it makes sense. Um, but yeah, one of the things that I would say though, if you're creating icons as components, do not take all of your icons and make a viable group out of it, you will lose a lot of things out of this. So yeah, don't do that. By the way, speaking of it, of which though, I will do that soon in combining the icon duotone, icon sharp, and icon solid into one single component called icon arrow left.
Mom!
And that way it will be combined into one thing rather than having to navigate through the 3 pages and just have style switch in properties. That's the plan for next month, I think, for me to just combine everything and make everything make sense into one single bitch ass file again. But yeah, like that's the thing. For you here, for example, I would have had the background color to be selected as a foundational color. Same thing for my colors here. So my accent color for actions is going to be light blue. The background, like, uh, uh, how can I say that? The background offset, light gray, is going to be something else as a color. Yellow, blue, all that, green, all these things. The issue we have with using a single component for your icons, you lose the search. Like basically, if I have, I'm gonna need that here to be honest. If I have, can you click, bitch? My bad. Let's say we have this, right? And I'm gonna put that here as non-component. If I'm getting that, and I said that these are, let me duplicate it. These are a component icon set, right? And then these are components, single components. If for some reason I'm right here, let's use all these and change that to red, because that will make so much more sense that we can see the difference. If I'm changing this here and changing this here, right? Right now, I need to change this into my arrow charts decreased. So I'm gonna go in there and look for trend, because I know the name and I know the trend. I need this thing, right? Here, I need to change to trend. I need to go into that thing, and now I can type sometimes, but I don't have access to anything. So I need to know where the fuck is the T, and it's trending down. No, damn, that's the wrong one. It's trending down. Cool. So that is the reason. I lost search. And search is vital when you have that many icons. This is like such a small amount. Um, eh, Even here, I'm having a hard time. So if I'm there and I'm just looking for like refresh icon, refresh something, I'm like, cool, it's here. If I'm looking for refresh here, what the fuck, where the fuck is it? I don't know. I need to go through the entire thing, look for R, which is supposed to be around here. Cool, that's the wrong one, god damn it. You know, like it's a mess. But yeah, that's the reason. That's basically the reason why we don't do icon like this. However, let me bring it back. The other thing that we can do is this. So if I take that and I say this has a variant, and that variant is, I don't know, let's put it at 3. And this one is going to be called thick. 1 Z. if I'm getting this and I have my Vine groups and then I'm changing this to my arrow first of its name, this one, I will, right, damn it, not this one, bye bye, um, here. Here, now, I'm going to have the ability to say, okay, so I have a different version, and that different version is going to be thick. And so this property that I have right now could be something that is um, really simply triggered. And so if it was like another version, like a thing that was, I don't know, extra thick, let's say 8 point, which makes absolutely no sense, but why not? Um, that with this, I'm getting now the ability to just say, based on my use cases, based on where it needs to be, it's just one single element that I need to change. And so for me right now, when I have this with, I mean, duotone is not gonna help. Let me lay out. One more, and then we're done. So because I have this, because I have the ability to say layout in solid, layout in sharp, layout in duotone, and layout in regular, and you have like multiple versions. I should have just done that. It's fine. Um, that would make way more sense for me to get like a one single element icon that then switch style rather than something else. So, yeah, that's the type of thing. Um, so for me, yes, making icons, singular icons as individual components would make more sense. But yeah, size variants as well. But that's weird to me. Um, like, I mean, I get it. I get it. Um, the size variant, if I'm here, for example, and I just resize it, it's gonna be kind of weird. But if I resize it, it's fine. So that's the reason why I'm like, I don't know. You know, I made these all day.
Mom!
We made that on the street most days. Not that much, to be honest. Uh, it's like 1,300 ish uh, per style. So, yeah. I'm almost done. I'm done with everything except the tools that I can't figure out some of them just because I don't want to cut them too much. I can't figure out some of um the fuck are they? The closes, like anything that is in here. I'm I can't figure that out. And then last week we were working on this one, and I basically changed the styles to be 3 points instead of two, and it looks better for the thick one for the solid versions, but then some of them are or have been outlined, so now I'm having a hard time deciding if I want these things to be uh, 3 points or not. So yeah, I'm unsure. Really much unsure on this. But it's coming along. It's really close. There is like a ton of them that are not necessarily good, specifically the arrows. Just I don't really have a choice. Um, it is what it is. But yeah. I'm also not fond of this. Like I kind of know what I need to do in order to make it work in solid and outline, but god dang, um, yeah, I should. I mean, it would fit, to be honest. Uh, it would fuck up my alignment though. So I don't know. I could remove one of the ass, for sure. For sure, if I remove one of the ass, like this one, because I don't like it, we can then have it. I don't know if it would work. It is. I agree. It's a lot of small details though. That's the I would say that's the only thing that is kind of scary. Um, yeah, this one is pretty nice. It is. Sometimes, sometimes. I feel like again, I feel like they look really good. I mean, they all look really good, but like in duotone, it makes a lot more sense. Uh, and as always, this one is still my favorite of all the icons that we have. Like this one is and the toilet paper just makes so much more sense. Um, but yeah, I mean the dick looks kind of the same as this. So I could use this as a base to create the wanking art wanking for sure. And look at this, how cute that is. Also, spaghetti, something that is pretty important to figure out is the reason why we have so many, and it's not much at all from my standards, is because these icons are almost standard icons, like things that you will see on most of the UI kits, except the porn stuff. Like that's not like we are the only one to have this. Um, but like most of the navigation things, most UI kit will have something like this. If you go into um, like if you have an icon set that is furnitures, most of them will have a desk, a sofa, uh, a bed, and so on. So they are common icons, so coming up with them makes sense. But as soon as we have things that are a bit more uncommon, like the delivery icon with all the packages, um, the receipts. Like these things are not necessarily the one that we see all of the time. So you have the tags, but you don't have the receipts, um, and so on. So that's what took a bit longer. But at the end of the day, like most of these are also available. And the goal of the Mom UI kit in the first place was to ensure that um, overall the anyone that buy the UI kit get access to as much variety as they can to cover 90% of their needs, if not 100% of their needs. So if they are someone that is using like a file management system, they might have to use these ones, and they probably will have to use these ones as well. And then the system icons are probably going to be useful. They might never use the maps, but maybe in some things they need to navigate and they use this, or they need to search for something, or that's the plan at the end. No, I had to introduce some um, extras like this one and this one for the Japanese specifically, like these three, to make sure they make sense. But yeah, no, I made them in Figma. Yeah, and sometimes you just need to build some icons. Like again, these were not supposed to be there, but I just needed them, so I made them. I introduced them into um, the pack. So now we have three versions of them. Cool. That's the thing. Like I didn't have a rocket, or I didn't have like something else earlier, so I made one because I needed one, and then we were gone. Like for the Japanese quiz, I didn't have these for the jokers, so I made them, and now they make sense. But this is something that is absolutely useless for most people, right? Uh, three cards, two cards, one card. What the fuck are we talking about? Kinda. It's not really a bilateral ref because at the time I didn't know bilateral, but yeah, kinda. Kinda is. Um, if you, I mean, it depends on which one it is, but the icon, um, like, icon building process is really simple in terms of what do we need to have. Like, if you have a house and then you have a haunted house, just make sure that it makes sense. Like it's a ghost inside of a house, or if a house that is a ghost, cool. Do you have a warehouse? What is the difference with a house or a warehouse? Is just like you have a metal door in the front. That's about it, and so on. Like that. It's basically how it goes, and then it just ensures that the icon itself is working at its minimal size of 24. I mean, that's its regular size of 24 by 24, and then that you still understand what it is at a distance. That's the plan. The blueprint is in. Oh, we just had it a second ago. Was you there? Construction blueprint. There. Yeah. Shift P or Control P for Mac, so it's probably going to be Alt P for Windows. Or right there, Pixel Preview, you get things. Much better. No, this was good. It could, I mean, it could get a 0.5 from the visual alignment between the two. Mm, fine. Damn. So for your thing, spaghetti, going back to where we were here, um, that's about it. Roughly, that's the whole process that you need to do. And right, uh, you initial thing, smallest element, foundational elements, and then you go one up. You have something that uses more than one foundation stack on top. And the best thing that I have, or the best recommendation that I have received by a dev to trigger my create a component type of situation has been if it's used more than once, it's a component. If it's even if it's just twice, like if it's just one button here and one button here and nothing else, and like these didn't exist, it's used twice. So it's easier for me to create a component to have one source of truth and then use it twice underneath, rather than having it two different instances. So your brain and your head should basically say, um, I'm seeing something, I'm seeing it more than once. That is a component. So as I said earlier, I'm seeing this. Cool. I'm scrolling down. I don't know if it's used more than once. I haven't seen another one yet. I'm seeing this. It's the same thing, it's just a different color. That's a component. I'm creating a component right now. And then I'm continuing scrolling and I'm like, I've seen this before. So I go back up, I see this, and I'm like, cool. So I've seen this. It's a component. Create a component right now, like right there. No questions. It's just, it's the same thing. It's twice the same thing. It's a different icon, but it's a different text, different colors. But the principle of the design itself, same thing. Component. Same thing here. That, twice component. And one of the things that we can say as well is that if you have two, like, have a good rest of your day. Thanks a lot for being here. Appreciate it. If you have two elements that are from the foundation that can be enclosed into a frame or container, that is going to be an easier component to make. So, like this, for example, is the map component that contains the pill component plus the map icon component plus a map. And all of that is contained into one singular frame. So, yeah. You dropped the banana. I see. I see, yes. But yes, that's the thing. So if you go through things and you're like, I've seen that before, component already. Immediate. And I just want to do that again. When I'm saying I've seen that before, I'm not saying I've seen that exactly the same with the exact same text and the exact same color background, the exact same positioning, whatever, right? It's just the font is the same in terms of style, the container is the same in terms of style, as in corner radius, sizes, behavior, and then the visual styles, as in the color is different, but it's the same element. So same visual thing. Like right now, what I can see is that this one is apparently 590, and this one is 590 as well. No, they are the same. So it looks thinner because it's dark. That's visual alignment. This should be 600 instead of 590, but that's fine. But yeah, like that's the thing. They are the same element right now. So I do that. Do that. And if you arrive here, as I said earlier, you see that again and you're like, oh, I've seen that before. You arrive here and you're like, oh, I've seen that icon before. I've seen that badge thing before. So you can just reuse them. And it is, as we said, it is time consuming, specifically in the beginning when you are creating something from existing. To me, this is something that I love to do. And I've done that many times. So it's easy. And as you've seen me do that here, it's pretty quick. This page specifically has like 6 things on it, so that's nothing. But yeah, I love to go in like a big ass element. Like this one is not necessarily the case, but let's say this, even this is really bad. Really simple of a component. I arrive on this and I see element at the top. That element at the top contains an element at the top inside, and then an icon. And so that whole thing is a component core, and then that thing is a component as well, but it contains like an icon and a button. That button contains an icon. So I do realize these things. And then I just go through the creation of that component specifically. Like, for example, here, I could go and create a component out of this with, which I'm gonna probably do at some point. But dang, 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 dang. So these two, for example, if I took dang, put it outside, and then took dang, put it here, that could be a component on its own, like that whole thing. Um, could be a component with an option of have CTA or have input CTA as variable um, properties. And so if I did this, which I'm gonna just do like real quick, then I'm gonna delete it. But if in my property is always saying has eyebrows, like here visibility thing um, has, that's the name of the thing, eyebrow, which I don't have eyebrow, you know, has eyebrow here. And then CTA button, it's gonna be a thing. So CTA button and CTA input. And then if I'm doing that properly, um, by basically saying, let's move that back up, it doesn't really bother us. If I'm here, I don't have a CTA input, so I just change that. If I'm here, I don't have a CTA button, so I just change that. And then maybe if I had like another version of this thing that necessarily, or not necessarily had like an eyebrow, I could just unselect it and then it would move things around. So right now, what I can see that this one is expanding, what shouldn't. So my main thing right here isn't supposed to be static fill, it's supposed to be hugging content, and that is supposed to be hugging content as well. So make more sense. Now we have like that alignment. And so potentially in some of the other versions of the things, I might have no input either. And I just have the text. Maybe I just have the text and the eyebrow. Maybe I just have the text and the buttons, and so on. And so that with properties and components and all that will make your design a bit more responsive overall in the long term. It might seem a bit counterproductive in the beginning, but you know, it's fine. But yeah, that's the whole thing, I would say. I knew you had a question that I needed to answer, so I appreciate it. I appreciate it as always. As always. But yeah, that's the whole thing. And if you need to um, use like a starting point, right? The Mom UI kit is really good. There is a free version which is really good as well. Obviously, I'm biased. I made it, but it's nice.
Mum!
And other things, as in other UI kits like the Untitled UI kit or Untitled UI, Align UI, all of these things probably have some sort of a free version as well that you can use and reuse and learn from. And going back to the design system .com and design system repo website, you will have access to their Figma file that will give you access to how they have built the thing. Some of them I just hate how they don't care about anything, and some of them are really good. But the more you explore, the better you will become, and the better you will become, the more you will explore. So it's a bit of a circle type of situation, which is nice. which is nice. I was looking for Clark, but Clark is not live. That's crazy. That crazy. Crazy. Haven't we seen that? Yeah. Hmm. 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 Why not? Why not? God damn. Oh, I'm tired. So if we do documentation to could describe them in their own sections. Yes. Yes. Yeah, I thought too, but you arrived late. That happens. That happens, you know. And it's your fault. Anyways, the VOD is going to be on YouTube as always. If you have questions and I'm not live, join the Discord. I would answer there in the right section. And then I shall be back on Monday, as always. But yeah, Spaghetti, if you have like more questions, feel free to come back on Monday on the Discord, wherever the fuck you want to be. And for the documentation specifically, like, think about it as things that the devs, the other designers, the project managers, whoever you are going to work with is going to use and benefit from. That's the documentation. Like explaining why, how things are made, what they are used, where they are used, when they are used. All that. Yeah. As always, if you want to learn Japanese, unbiased, and
Mom!
you like it, you know, the usual thing. This one has been spammed today. Like the YouTube chat is just links, which is crazy. Which is crazy. But yeah, Bad Cop won, which is pretty impressive. And Durington as well. Anyways, take care of yourself. Enjoy the rest of your day. Eat something, drink something, be kind to each other, and I'll see you on Monday. Bye.